Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, a special guest is in the house, Oscar Garcia, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, I talked about it previously on a Saturday night, no less, because this is important. Oscar's bringing us something that can offer you opportunity. And if you don't like opportunity, you're an influencer, you're a motivational speaker, you're a webinar guy, you're a seminar guy, you're an entrepreneur. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss out on what Instavid AI can do for you. And because it's going to do it for me as well, I got to share it with you guys because you know that's what we do here. And welcome. Stop struggling now, gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, I want to thank you so much for being here, but make sure you share the videos. There's a lot of people who do not know that this exists. There's also a lot of people, well, let's just call it what it is, do not realize that there are startups right in their midst and they could participate along with the growth. And what do I mean by that? That means you get some return passive income possibilities. Oh, you got to stay tuned. We have a lot for you. Oscar does programming and he has a little bit of help, but nonetheless, he directs this great ship forward. And ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss it. And by the way, unfortunately for you, I have inside information, but now you are going to know the information that's going to get you excited. So let me see who's in the house first. We have Laverne Penix here. An investor is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Saturday Night Entrepreneur Live Edition. And he has that icon next to his name, which means he's a member of the channel. He brings his tagline, hello, SSN Nation. I hope everyone is doing well. Hello. And Laverne Penix is also known as Mr. AKA Mr. Cole. And he's here. And he received a notification and saw the trailer. Thank you so much for that. And everybody else, come along for the ride. Don't tell anybody I did not warn you, because you only have a few opportunities in life, and here's one of them. All right, without further ado, let me bring out the special guest of the hour. Oscar Garcia is here. He's joining me on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing tonight, Oscar?
Man, I love your intros every time. I'm doing great. I'm pumped.
All right. I love to hear this, man. This is awesome. Yes, I am pumped as well, because ever since I was fortunate enough to find out about Instavid AI and what it can do for so many different people, even though I mentioned only a few of the genres that it can help. But this can get everybody on almost equal footing quicker than if you had to be one of these big time influencers that people have heard of that seemingly are able to put out videos like every hour or two, but they don't realize they have a staff that they're paying to put them out. And now you are creating something that I won't need a staff. This is incredible. So I got to hear about it. We talked about it last week, but let's just get everybody up to speed, because there's people on Saturday that don't know anything about this. So let's hear about it.
Perfect. Well, listen, obviously, for many of us as entrepreneurs, what we all want is exposure. And we want to get that exposure as fast as possible so we can, yell about our goods, our wares, our services, or whatnot. So I don't have a unique problem. I have the same problem everybody else, had. The difference though is I'm a programmer. and I have a staff of programmers. And when we get an idea, we run with it. And I shouldn't say that. When I get an idea, I challenge the guys and they said, "Oh, that sounds crazy. Let's see if it works." And
Yes,
then we go in. It's kind of like, a couple of nerds all put together, and we're all trying to see if we can prove whether the idea is viable or not. And
that's
in
right.
programming, it's all about iterations. How fast can you go from version 1 to version 2 to version 3? Now,
Exactly.
what do you think your audience knows about AI? Do you think we need to go
No,
through that a little bit?
not much, not much, because AI is all over the place. You hear about Chat GPT AI, then you hear about video, then they talk about AI, and then they say, yeah, there's artwork that can be created by AI. It's all this AI synonyms, but nobody really understands it, because unless you need to use it, that's the only way you're going to figure it out. If you don't need to use it, then you don't need to figure out anything.
Correct. And you know what? AI right now works for content creators more than anybody else. So the general public doesn't know what the hell to do with it. And
Exactly.
that's the problem, right? So
Exactly.
so
Exactly.
AI. So what can you do with AI? Well, I was one of the original beta testers of a program called Corel Draw. I don't know if you guys ever remember that
Yes.
one, right? That's back in
Yes. Coral
early
Draw.
90s, Corel
Yes.
Draw, right?
One of the best programs out there, quite frankly, at the time.
I was one of their beta testers, and then we had an evolution of technology hit us called Photoshop. And
Yes.
I thought, screw those guys.
Same
Photoshop,
here.
sucks. It's not good because
Same here.
every printer, if you guys don't know this, every printer was using Corel Draw.
That's
So
right.
I was a Corel Draw beta tester. We went at
Yep.
it, and what happened? The new technology kicked our butt.
That's right.
So Photoshop took over, and then so iterations of technology happens. AI happens to be that type of iteration where machine learning then figures out how to do things that a human being was maybe some human being like myself who uses Photoshop took 10 hours to create a design. AI can now do it in a couple of seconds. So
Exactly.
so AI is good for creators right now. You're seeing apps right now that come out that says they can make a cat, a still picture, talk. Those are all great novelties. But what does it do for your business? Nothing.
That's right.
Nothing.
Exactly.
So we wanted to create a technology that actually does something for the entrepreneur. Now, here's what we're all competing with. We're all competing against the Gary Vaynerchuks of the world. We're all competing with the Tony Robbins of the world, the Taylor Swifts of the world, right? If you were a Messi, if you're a soccer fan and you know who Messi is, my son plays a little bit of soccer, so I got to hear that name. But then I researched the guy. He's one of the most well-known, individuals in the world with hundreds of millions of followers. So for you to compete with him is technically impossible because you can't create as much content as what these guys already have. Now there's a guy on YouTube called Mr. Beast. He's one of the best YouTube. In fact, he's number one. He makes well over $50 million a year, if not more, with YouTube. He has billions of views in his videos, but he has thousands and thousands of videos. And it's because people take, creators, content creators like myself might take a skit from his and I'll add my skit plus his skit, and then it creates a video. But that is not practical for a regular business. So here's what we did. We made a system using AI that is practical for businesses. Let me give you a use case. In fact, let me share my screen and I'll go through a couple of these use cases. Let me hit present, share
Yep.
screen. And I'm going to share my entire screen so we can just go at it. So
Yes.
here's the practicality of it. We're talking about YouTube micro influencers. In fact, let me show you the stages of being an influencer according to YouTube. According to YouTube, if you have less than 10,000 followers, subscribers, you're what's called a nano influencer. What I mean, what that's just terrible.
Yeah,
If you
exactly.
if you had 10,000 followers in any other business, you're pretty successful.
Exactly.
So these numbers here that you see, let's put this in red. These numbers here that you see, for those of you that are joining us on video, this is the first stage. In fact, the first stage is just 1,000 subscribers, and then you get to 10,000 subscribers. But you're a nano influencer. Your total net income is still zero. You don't get paid by YouTube. But here's where it starts happening. 10,000 to 5,000. Oh, let me go back a little bit. Nano influencers at this stage, you are now a partner with YouTube. You are now a content creator with YouTube. That's why you want to become a nano influencer, because then YouTube gives you the ability to monetize. So
Exactly.
then you become a micro influencer, 10,000 to 5,000 subscribers, because you put up enough videos to do that. It's stated that there's a lot of blogging sites out there that stated that to get to this level takes several months, right? 0 to 6 months if you're lucky, but usually
Yeah,
it
if
takes
you're
about a
lucky.
year.
Yep, year or two or three. Yeah,
Yeah, if you're consistent every day. But that's the
that's right.
problem.
There's the
We
problem.
all have lives. We all have businesses to run. You're not going to be consistent every day.
That's
I
right.
mean, let's be honest. Bro, you and I can create videos, but how
Yeah,
long does it take you to create a video?
yeah, it's ours.
Yeah, hours.
It's
Right?
ours.
That's just a film, right? But then you have
Yeah,
editing.
right.
You might go to maybe 1 or 2 iterations on editing, maybe a
Yeah,
day or two, right?
yeah, exactly.
So for you to do that while running a business, it's impossible. This is why we want to get there, but that's the challenges that we're all facing. And just to wrap this up, look, when you go over 50,000 and you become a mid influencer, 50 to 500,000, in YouTube's eyes, you're making between $2,000 to maybe $5,000. But
That's right.
once you hit a million, you're making $10,000 to $15,000, and then a million plus to 10 million, 20 million. Now you're making the big bucks, right? Now
That's
you're
right.
making 20, 50, 100,000 a month. So
Exactly.
what if I told you there's a way to cheat this?
Ah, the cheat code.
Right? The cheat code of all of this. It's like, what if I told you that we are going to take this setup here? See how we're setting it up there? I'm going to take this graphic and I'm going to go back to my deck here. And look, what if I told you that this micro influencer would do better if they would literally just, interview individuals? That's what we're talking about. So what we're saying is this: if a micro influencer would interview their fans, what is the chances of their fan promoting the video? I
I
would say
like it.
100%, right?
Yes, exactly.
So micro influencer comes in, right? They're right here, they're blogging, and kind of like what you're doing to me right now. I'm
Mhm.
going to share this video because I'm in it.
That's right.
If I'm not in it, I might hear it. But if I get mentioned, like you mentioned a couple of the viewers that are on right now, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Because you just gave them credibility and acknowledgement, they're going, man, this guy's cool. I'm going to share his video because I want my friends to hear that he knows that I'm here, right?
That's it. That's true.
So what if we take that a step further and we go, hey, why don't you do a full-blown interview of your fan? Ask what they do, ask what they like about what you do, and ask if they would recommend your content. You
I
do
like it.
that, 100% of those fans will share the interview,
That's true. I
right?
like
Now,
it.
now here's the problem. That means you have to interview an individual. If you're not an AI, you're doing this one-on-one like Eric here is doing to me, and all of a sudden, it's going to take you a couple of hours, maybe a day or two. But
That's right.
what if we can shrink time? That's what's exciting, right? It's like you and I were talking about this to say if we can have an AI system literally save us time, save us money, make us money, why wouldn't we use it?
That's right.
Right?
That's why it's exciting.
Oh no, not just exciting. This is a revolution where we can have the small guy finally be able to compete with the big guy because an AI technology is multiplying their efforts.
Exactly.
This is what gets
Exactly.
interesting. So, folks, so what I'm talking about here is plainly that if it's going to cost you $2,000 to do a production and 3 days of work and all this stuff, it's going to take you, let's say, 2 days. Call it one day per video, but you got to do one. And you have 10,000 fans. Guess what? It'll take you 10,000 days, right? Divide that by
Yeah,
365, it will take you 27 years to do 10,000 interviews
that's true.
until now.
That's right.
So
Instavid
it
AI.
Instavid does it for you. So if you're an influencer or you're a car dealership and you have foot traffic and you sell a car, wouldn't you want your customer right there on the spot to make a customer testimonial and not only share it on your social media, but what if that customer shares it on their social media? Right? Look, I'm Mexican. I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm Mexican, right? I'm a minority, and we talk like crazy, and we have a shitload of cousins. And
Yep.
I'm saying that when my family sees me go buy a new car, they're a little jealous. That sometimes it happens, right? They're a little
That's
jealous.
right.
They go, "Holy shit! What? Oh, he thinks he's so good now. Look, he just bought a car, right?" And then I say, "Thank you, Mr. Ford dealership, for this brand because Latinos like
Yeah.
our F-150s.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Ford dealership, for this great F-150 Lightning. I love it. It's my color, and you guys saved me $5,000 and I was in and out in less than an hour." You don't think half of Mexico is going to come to that dealership? You better
Right.
believe it, right?
That's right.
Because I shared it on my social media, not just the dealership social media. The dealership social media, excuse me, only has their users. But when the video is shared on my social media, they acquire my users. Now
That's right.
you multiply that by 100 people. So let's do the numbers. If 100 people have 500 friends on Facebook, you just gained 50,000 brand new eyeballs. That's huge. That's huge. Multiply that by here SN this station here, 14,000 subscribers. Let's say they all have 500 people that follow them on Facebook or Instagram, on YouTube. Guess what? This station right here, if we interviewed everybody and everybody used Instavid and posted their videos on social media, you would gain 7 million eyeballs.
Exactly. And now the question starts being in people's minds is, wait a minute, what does he mean by this? We'll go through some numbers, but the technology is what aids them in doing this, which we'll get to shortly, because by the normal process, we would have to record, we have to edit, we got to take time. Next thing you know, an hour, 2 hours have went by. Sure, we can load up a minute, 2-minute video in a shorter time, but it's still an hour or two. We have to render it. We have to get it up to YouTube or Facebook or wherever you want to send it out to. And that's still hours. So this with Instavid AI, we're talking about minutes. So we record a video, which is we can do 60 seconds to about what, 10 minutes, I believe it is.
Yes.
Or is that what it is? So we can do our 60 seconds to 10-minute video. We have it on our phone, literally. We can have it on our phone. Everybody has a phone.
Yep.
And then you can upload it into Instavid AI right then. And you can have everything, the response loaded right then. So you have shrunk everything from hours down to, I would have to logically say, less than 30 minutes. I mean,
Absolutely. Well, your side of it is going to be, hey, you're going to spend maybe 5 minutes answering a couple of questions, and then the system in under 2 minutes after that will generate the video that is shareable both for the reporter who or the host who's interviewing you and for yourself. In under 7 minutes, you can literally be dishing out videos left and right that your fans will then be promoting your services and your products.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what's major. And it's monetized as well, which we'll get into. But that's the key as well. I mean, for both parties, it can be monetization, which is incredible. Nobody else has done this as far as I know. Not on both ends. Usually it's the influencer, the big guys that have their crowd, and then they say, I get emails all the time. We just had our conference here. Why don't you buy our videos? And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's nice, but now I'm buying videos and then they're charging me to buy them. Now I still have to produce. I
Yep.
still have to spend hours to produce it. It's crazy. And here we give an option on both ends for both parties to be able to monetize, depending on, and they have a choice. But let's look at this right now to give people an idea who don't know about it.
So let's look at the entire, use case. I'm going to show you a finished product. This is what the finished product looks like. Where, for instance, we made this sample page. You can go to it yourself. It's at instavidai.com. We pre-recorded us as a host. You'll see my face there as a host asking you 3 questions. And these are the same things that you could do for your business. If you're a dentist, if you're a car dealership, if you're a semi Tony Robbins type of guy, if you're a direct sales company, if you're anybody who needs to reach out to individuals, right? And you want your fans to tell people how good your products or services is, this is what we're talking about. Now, watch this. This entire production you're going to see here right now is done by Instavid automatically. And you can see that we can load any type of animation and any type of intro. So you have your intro that comes in there, and that audio voice that you hear there is something that's programmable. So it says, welcome. Anything you type in, it's going to say it, and it's going to say, we have a great interview. That's what we programmed it to you to do. When you create your own campaigns, you can program it to say whatever you wish on the intro, and then you're going to have a series of animations that will match your business, so that way the intro matches what you do. And then we go into the questions. This will be the host right here.
Okay, we can't hear you. We don't have the feedback from there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I need to, share something there. But just for an example, let me just share with you how this works. And then I'm going to actually do one live right now, and you guys can actually
Okay.
see it. So that was the first question. This was my answer to that question. And then this was the second question. And then we get into answering the second question. That my wife was helping me answer that question. We were messing around. And then this was the third question. And then it comes to, the end of answering the questions. And then the video ends with whatever we wish. Now, how did I make that? I'm going to show you that, and you'll see that all the details that we want shareable is going to be here. The links to your social media, any type of description, any type of sales, anything you want can be there. And when this video is done, all you're going to do is hit what your social media platforms do you want to post. So for instance, I'm logged into my Facebook. So if I click on Facebook, guess what? It starts posting it live on my Facebook right here.
Beautiful.
You see that? So,
Beautiful.
so in other words, we just, in this example, we just went from full production in under 2 to 3 minutes and posting on social media 30 seconds after that. Now watch this. This is what's exciting about this. All right. I'm going to put in here Eric, and I'm going to mix in Eric's name and my name, Garcia. I'm going to put in, an email address here, info@instavid.ai. And this is a new feature we just launched, custom end text. So whatever text you put here, SSN Nation, thank you very much, is what we're going to put in here. Click the links, right? So we're going to put that message and we're going to record an example here just to show you guys how easy this is, how easy we're making this for everybody. Excuse me. And we're going to do it a little different. So here's the first question. It says, welcome to our show, but I want to show you guys this. I want to show you, let me stop sharing real quick. I'm going to show you that I'm going to use my camera and I'm going to take the interview from the desktop to my camera. Now, I got a unique feature on my camera. I can actually show you the inside of my camera using the Z Fold. So watch this. I'm going to go to Instavid, and as you see here, I'm going to be, answering that question. So I'm going to hit continue and see this QR code there. I'm scanning the QR code. I'm going to scan that QR code. Oops, here it is. And I'm going to be thrown, that doesn't show it. I'm going to be thrown right into the first interview. So literally I can literally at this point record my answer. Here I am. We're actually recording this live right now, and we're recording this live. Answer number 1 is, how did I hear about you? A friend of mine told me about you. So we hit the stop button after we record that example, and you'll notice that once we get back here, let me present, share screen again, and I'm going to share my entire screen. Once we get back here, I'm now in question number 2, so I'm going to hit next on my phone over here, and I can just refresh out here, and now we're on question number 2, ready to record question number 2. And I'm gonna do this again on my phone. So let's for right now stop sharing, and I'll just continue on my phone. So question number 2 is, and I'm gonna record my answer to question number 2. Answer to question number 2 is, the best thing that you can do is get up off your butt and do something for your business today. And I'm gonna stop that recording, go to question number 3 of what that host is asking us to do. So on question number 3, we just do the same thing, and we're going to be answering the next questions. It's that easy, folks. It's that easy. So just to wrap this up, I'm going to just record one more question number 3. You know what? This was a pleasure recording this for the SSN Nation. And then I'm going to stop that. I'm going to share my screen again. And I'm going to show you guys how fast this system is already compiling all that information and the end. So watch this. I get to refresh. The system is integrating between the desktop and my phone. So this could work at a seminar, right? You're the seminar guy. You tell people to scan the QR code and to leave a customer testimonial of what they just seen in the seminar. And instantaneously, you can have 500 interviews happening instantaneously. Think about that. Forget about doing one-on-ones interviews. You can do 500 interviews instantaneously on this thing. So as that compiles, let's talk about other use cases. We're going to give this about a minute, and I'll show you how at the end it talks about SSN Nation. But basically, this is what we just did.
Yes.
Right? Traditionally, exactly. You do this. Now, I'm one of these blue guys. I just answered one of these things, and when this thing is done, I'm going to share it on my social media about your business. or whatever, person is using the system. Guys, nothing is out there that does this. So think about this. This was the process I just went through. We told the AI what to say. It's prepping it. It watched us do the interview. The host, like Eric, will upload questions, one, maybe two, maybe three, maybe 10. It's up to him. I
Mhm.
get to choose what questions to answer. I answer it. I answer it. And all of the editing is being done behind the scenes as we speak. And it's going to create a final video that you didn't have to do anything for, but the AI system was there working for you.
Man.
Hey, Eric.
Oh my goodness. This is so powerful. I just can't believe it. I'm in shock by this. I can't believe this doesn't even exist. And you're creating it. And by creating it, also, you can actually do any updates right now. You can always change it based on what a person needs, or if a lot of people need it, you can
That was
always
your
change
idea, by the way.
it.
That was your idea at the end. He gave me the idea 2 days ago. He said, hey,
Exactly.
wouldn't it be better if I tell the system to say something at the end? Oh, I forgot, right? And then I go, okay, man, we better start coding that. That was your
Right.
idea.
Yes, it
Yes.
was. Oh man. Oh man. Just like that. I love it. I love it. Like I always said, Oscar, I always told my friends from the time I was 17 years old when they said, Eric, why do you, I played sports. So
Yeah.
they'd always be like, well, why do you hang out with the geek guys? The guys that study and they're scientific and do that. I said, because they rule the world. And they were like, what? I said, yeah, geeks, mate, they do their thing. I said, they're the guys. Later on, you'll be using their products for whatever you need to do.
Look, I've been programming and building websites since 1995.
Jeez.
Guys, we were called geeks and freaks. I
Yeah.
didn't get a girlfriend till, you know what? Guys like Eric used to steal the girls because nobody paid attention to us.
That's right.
We
That's
couldn't
right.
flex our brains.
That's
Now we
right.
can flex our brains.
That's right.
Now the geeks are going, okay, you give me an idea. And look, the quality of these of the presentation. This is one that you guys are looking at for the political industry. Think about this.
Uh,
Every major politician or any politician, it doesn't have to be major. They're all going to have their fans. They're going to have 100 fans. They're going to have 100 million fans. Their fans get to be interviewed by their political party. And you get to tell people, if you wish, why you're supporting your guy and why other people should support them. And then those
yes.
videos, this is going to happen. This
Yes.
system will be used in the next couple of months for the political campaigns that's coming up, and we will be bigger than Cambridge Analytica because this is viralness using videos.
Exactly. And I keep thinking of the woman that's taking the world by storm via music, which is Taylor Swift. She has so great of a following and fan base, and they just send out just random things.
Yep.
Can you imagine if she was on this and she's at a concert and she starts saying things that she always says, and then she brings up a person here or talks to a people there like normal in her concert series, and now people are starting to spread that on their social media. That's tens of millions of responses. It would be insane.
She wouldn't be able to do this without something like this. And what you just explained multiplies. Technology is a force multiplier, but you have to program it to do so. Right now,
Exactly.
all these big brains and AI are I'm using the big guys in AI for this. So the big guys in AI, Google and OpenAI, and I can't tell you the other secret sauces, but there's a couple of them that we use in the industry. I take their APIs and then rework them. I do something in programming, we call it aggregation of technology. You
That's
bring
right.
3 technologies together to create something new, something better, and something very specific.
That's
And
right.
this is something very specific. So think about
Exactly.
that. Now Taylor Swift, this is the back admin section that people are going to be able to control, where Taylor Swift now can look at all the interviews, look at where they were done. There's a map.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
nice.
building a
Nice.
global map where it shows you where the
Nice.
interview took place.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't
I
that
love
going to
it.
be so
Oh,
this data
oh my.
belongs to Taylor Swift, right? Because
Yes.
if you guys don't know, if you get data from an individual or you give your data to a Facebook, you minimally are worth $89. Minimally,
That's right.
right?
That's right.
Your name, your email, your social media accounts. If you have that in the database, Taylor Swift wants that. The car dealership wants that. The all these industries want that data. This mapping system that we're putting together with the video, interviews are going to give you a visualization of where all the interviews are at, so you can see where your audience is on a map.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is getting, as you can
Wow.
tell, I'm excited. Let's see where this is at. Oh, look, it's done. Okay, so so let's share just this screen. That way you can
Okay.
hear the very specific video. And let's see. No, this is 9. Yeah, this is it. So watch this. Let's see if we can hear it.
Today, we have a great interview. Welcome, Eric Garcia. Here are the
Can you hear that?
Yes, we can hear it.
All right, all right. I'll let it start from the beginning. I won't
Yeah.
interrupt. Let's just watch
Yeah.
what we did.
Today, we have a great interview. Welcome, Eric Garcia. Here are the 3 questions we have for you.
Welcome to our show. We have a great interview today. My first question to this great individual is, how did you hear about our company?
Or my answer, here I am. We're actually recording this live right now. And we're recording this live. Answer number
That was my
1
living room.
is, how did I hear about you? A friend of mine told me about you.
Great answer. Now, second question. How much have you generated in business? And what one fact can you contribute to your success?
Cord, my answer to question number 2. Answer to question number 2 is, the best thing that you can do is get up off your butt and do something for your business today.
That was motivational. Now, let's wrap it up and really give the audience what they need. Tell us, what do you suggest people to do for the next 30 days?
More question number 3. You know what? This was a pleasure recording this for the SSN Nation.
SSN Nation, thank very much. Click links.
As you guys heard it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right?
I love the ending. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. I love
So
it.
think about that. Now that's just our MVP. That's just our minimal viable product.
Yes.
We're January 20th. We're launching the first version of this software. We're adding lower thirds. We're adding graphics. We're going to add the ability for you to re-edit the entire sequence of it.
Yes.
So
Yes.
all of this is the capabilities here for us is we coded this, so we can change it.
That's right.
We can do anything.
That's right.
And the whole thing with being with business people is that we listen to the needs of the entrepreneur. We're not creating a technology that just is a fugazi, something that's not real. We're creating a technology that's real for the entrepreneur, that provides results that the entrepreneur needs, that actually multiplies you 1,000-fold. And here's the great part, because Eric alluded to it. You could charge for these interviews. If they want to interview with you, you're the expert, you're the entrepreneur, you're the owner. They want to interview with you so they can gain credibility. then you think about a direct sales company, right? Herbalife or Avon, and you're working with the #1 lady. She's making $1 million a month. If she would interview you, your business, your portion of that business can grow faster because people will know that you're working with someone that's competent, that's made money before, and it's all there on the video. She could
Exactly.
charge. She could charge $40 for that interview,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Look, Eric and I to interview 2 people. Eric and I will charge you guys $3,000 to fly over, set up our lights, set up our cameras, do the whole interview. $3,000 later, you have a video. Instant
Exactly.
AI. If she charges you $40, that's an easy one. If she charges
That's
you $20, that's an easy one. Just do
that's
it.
right. That's
Just
right.
do it. And she could,
Exactly.
right? That lady has 10,000, 100,000 sales reps that would love to be interviewed by her. And now with this technology, she can charge what she wants. We take 20% for all the processing. She takes 80% of whatever she does. It's like an Uber-like model. So
Yep.
Uber meets video that is meshed together by AI.
Exactly. Exactly. It's beautiful. And I love what you mentioned. January 20th is launch. But everybody here in the SSN Nation tonight, we have something special for you. First of all, why don't you go to instavidai.com and register for free so you can actually check out the demo version. Part of what you saw, he has other capabilities, but you will get the minimal capabilities right now. All right. Remember, this is going to be launched, so they're still working on it for another month and almost a week, a month and a half.
Yep.
And there's going to be updates to it, which is going to create other capabilities along the way that, for quite frankly, we haven't even thought about.
Yep.
But you guys start using it, then we'll get feedback, and then we'll be like, oh, wait a minute, we can add that. We already have it in actuality. We just got to make a few programming lines to switch it so it does it. And so I used to code a little bit, by the way, so I know how you can do it. As long as you can hear it, we'll make it. So we know coding, we can do it. So that's what's so special about this. And to be able to get in on a particular opportunity besides using the software is going to come into play as well, ladies and gentlemen. I've alluded to it last week when Oscar was on. I've talked about it when he wasn't on the Wednesday night live stream. And so now told you guys tonight, we'll talk about that a little more. But what I want to get into, Oscar, was I was in the back end checking it out today, and it worked just like you said. And there's some things that you talked about that we can't do right now in this minimal situation. And that is the ability to, I can upload or make a video. We can create the video, but your video is in play only right now. We can't upload another video at this point because that's ultimately what we're going to be doing. We'll be able to upload both ends of it, the top and the bottom. So therefore, it'll be our own video. And that's what makes it, because I'm waiting for that feature, because I actually do Dominican Republic real estate investing. And there's a video that Glennie, which is one of the top lawyers in all of the Dominican Republic, she has her own video that does what we were talking about. But you know what her video does? It's like there's questions. Instead of a person asking, it's questions that come on the screen, and then she answers them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But here's the thing. She doesn't have Instavid AI. So therefore, nobody's sharing it other than it's only on her social media. So nobody has the capabilities to share it, nor do they have the capabilities. They could be actually asking the questions instead of the screen that just shows the words coming across the screen. And that changes her whole game plan for her. She would have, I'd be sharing it. I'd be sharing it tomorrow, because it's questions like, well, what happens when you need your real estate contract and it's in Spanish? And then she explains, you better get a lawyer. You know, I mean, she gives her reasons, and it's like a 30-second explanation on what she needs to do. And right now, she doesn't have the capability to send out the QR code, send out to different social medias and have people asking the questions like me. So I would be sending it out on my social media. which I can't do right now. So
Right.
it makes it very nice, and I love it. So
And look, you alluded to this perfectly. This is the back end. It's not open to the public right now. In fact, you know, all of this right now is in beta tests. You're actually looking at things that will be that you can beta test, which is the end result, you being interviewed by me. But when you control this, if you're going to sign up or you're going to participate with us in the business, we're going to give you first access. First access is SSN Nation. So
that's right.
we're going to give you guys first access where you're going to come in here and you're going to prep question number 1, question number 2, number 3, and maybe even number 4. You're going to prep it. You're going to say what the question is. You're going to record what questions you want to ask. We're going to give you a guideline. We're actually making marketing material that guides you through how to best practices on this. And there's a gentleman that we have that's amazing at interviewing with people and getting these video, interviews done traditionally. And in fact, he's right. He's my co-host right now. So you'll see that he's going to give you best practices. You're going to start your recording for your question number 1. You're going to leave that recording there for question number 1. Do the same thing for question number 2. Do the same thing for question number 3. It's that simple. So once that's there, then the system preps your page. So what we're doing right now is, for instance, giving you 2 options on prep pages. One of them looks just like the Instavid right now, which is going to be a prep that looks like this. Another one is going to be a prep that looks like this.
Nice.
This one's hot, right? This is hotness here.
That's
so
right.
We're going to give the business, especially our first beta users, you folks that choose to participate with us, we're going to give you the ability to upload a logo, upload an image here, or use one of our templates. And then when people go through the interview, those videos that you then approve, the interviews will then be on your own company profile page.
Nice. There we are.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful work.
Yep. You guys are literally seeing my screen on how we program, right? I'm like zooming out and you're seeing all these pages and stuff.
Exactly.
This is why, and I apologize. I get excited with technology. I get excited on the possibilities of what these things can do. So I know my voice is not as deep as Eric's. I can't sound like the intro of a movie, but damn it, we can design and program like no other.
You got that right, and we're going to do it with the AI too, because ultimately we're going to have the voice API that can match our own voice down the line. And then that way, just what we did at the end of the video where we type it in, it'll sound close to our own voice with the AI voice. It's going to be awesome.
So that's the next iteration, right? We're going to go with maybe 1 or 2 voices January 20th, but then every month we're only using AI technology that does not sound robotic.
Exactly.
Right? Because there's a lot of tools in AI being built, and they're just quickly launching these things. And when you do that, you choose the lowest quality code, and it sounds robotic, right? It sounds robotic. We don't want that. And we don't believe in all AI. It has to be a mixture of real people with technology that creates interactions. So this is a page, for instance, where you'll be interacting with your audience. And you know what? It just hit me, kind of like Elon Musk when he's showing his rockets and he's explaining his rockets, and he goes, "Why aren't we doing that for the other rocket?"
Exactly.
It just hit me. Exactly. We're gonna change this. We're gonna add a chat feature where if they interview, you're gonna be able to back and forth chat with them once they interview.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean,
gotta write that down.
How did I not think of that?
Exactly.
It's like we'll add that to the next iteration of this thing.
Exactly.
So this is why the key thing is here, the mapping system that we're launching. Who's your top users, right? With how many shares you know, and how many
Nice.
videos.
Nice.
All that data is
Wow.
going to be yours. And now we're going to add this chat feature where you can go back and forth with anyone who interacted with your campaign. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Wow.
We're gonna do that.
But you did some things while I was gone for the week.
Oh yeah.
The GPS tracking, I love that. The location feature.
Yeah.
Also, you now give those that mostly shared, which was another one I love.
Yeah.
I love this. I love this.
And look, this is why we want a you know, interaction. If you wish to participate with us, you know, there's opportunities, and we'll get into that here in a little bit. But we take your feedback because you know what you want, and if you tell us what you want, and we go, that's you know what, not just you, but a million other yous want that too, then we'll program it. And that's the whole purpose here, right? If you're looking at us for the first time, this is not just for YouTubers.
No.
This is for sports agencies.
Yeah.
Right? The new soccer guy that just came into the team that wants to compete with Messi, now he can have, you know, an instant AI interaction with his audience. Talent agencies.
Yes.
Obviously, this is a huge one. They want to make money when they're not making movies.
That's correct. And Oscar, this is a lot of people misunderstand how artists in the movie business, why they go bankrupt, why they lose money, why they don't make money, and unless they're a huge star, you know, and you have production rights. See, that's the kicker that a lot of people don't understand. The huge stars, they have back-end deals. They also have production deals, meaning that they're executive producer or something of this nature. So they get the residual royalty type money when it goes to Netflix or when it goes on Amazon or wherever it goes. The ordinary actor who's just coming up, all they get is their $250,000 check. That's it. And then they're working for 6 months to a year. And 250,000, 125 is gone. It's gone. And most people have 10 to 25% deals with agents and wardrobe or whoever to make them look good on the red carpet or whatever. And so another 25% is gone over the gross. So you thought you had 125, but you had to pay another 50,000 for your agent and a few other people. So you net 70 grand. And people are like, oh, you're a star, you're in the movies, but these guys net 70 grand after working for 6 months to a year. And they couldn't work for another job. They can't work 2 movies or 3 movies at the same time or do a TV show. They can't do anything.
No.
So they're losing revenue. And this is why this is very powerful, because even if they were doing their work, they can still be putting out content saying, hey, this new movie's coming out. And now they have it shared and they can monetize it with their fans who are very happy to share and support you. And that is what's going to change things totally. And now we have also residual stuff that I can see in my head. I'm like, oh my God, I did some things when we started our new movie, and now I'm giving promos, but I'm giving promos on Instavid AI. The movie's not even out yet. And people are getting behind the scenes snippets and sharing them, and we can monetize it. I mean, it's crazy when you start thinking about the possibilities.
That's a great idea, right? So look, you can still see my screen, right?
Yes, yes.
So I looked up some artists, you know, and you know, movie artists and what have you. Kim Kardashian is someone everybody knows, so I just clicked on it. Look at her followings on X, 75.2 million. So let's do the numbers. 75 million people that if she would do an interview, and let's say only 1% of those people, that's 750,000, will do an interview and she would charge $20. We could make Kim Kardashian $15 million every 4 minutes. Just by, and look, that's on one campaign. She has
Exactly.
multiple businesses, like you were
That's
just
correct.
saying. She has
That's
her
right.
clothing, her you know, her perfume, her
Yep.
shoes, her purses, her makeup, her blah 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 blah.
Exactly.
All of these people have that stagnation problem. Justin Bieber has a huge stagnation problem. Hasn't launched an album out there. Okay, let's get his 111
Jesus.
million followers to do an interview with him. Let's say 20% do. That's 22 million. He charges, it's Justin Bieber. He charges $50. He makes 1.1 billion.
Jesus. Look, I don't like big numbers. Let's go with Justin Bieber at 111 million followers. Let's go with, you said 10% is 11 million. Okay? 1% is 1 million.
Yeah.
And those 1 million does $50.
55 million.
Exactly. Exactly.
Enough to pay for his brand new boat. Now,
exactly.
If you're one of our beta testers and you come online and you bring us a Justin Bieber, there's a revenue opportunity there. We revenue share on our side of the pie.
That's right.
We'll get into that one later. But
yep.
So
yep. And it's SSN Nation style, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know I love sharing and I love trying to help ordinary citizens, Oscar. I call them OCs. All right. You're the OG for Oscar Garcia, but we have OCs, ordinary citizens. They rarely get opportunities from startups. I live in California, so I can tell stories of like I give stories every now and then about Uber and Lyft and all these guys, Airbnb, because they're in San Francisco. And if you're not in that area, there's no opportunity for you to get 50, 100,000 shares for $10,000 when they first started, right? You hear about it later, but you got to be in the $1 million club at that point. You have to be an accredited investor at that point. But like I could have been in Airbnb, Uber at $25,000 when they first came out and had hardly anything, just talking crazy. And then I was looking at them crazy too, because I was like, what are you talking about? This is not going to be a thing. And it turns out 12, 14 years later, a thing, but you have no way of knowing back then what's happening with Instavid. You're giving people an opportunity in real time, real world, and know that it works. This is what people need now. This isn't some pipe dream that doesn't exist and people are going, what is this? This is kind of weird. This is happening now. And you just illustrated the start of it. And it's easy to see that this could be huge. And it's going to be huge, quite frankly, because there's nobody that's going to turn down being able to produce something in 10 to 15, 20 minutes. I mean, that's ridiculous. So, you know, it's crazy. And Vanessa Comagate, the seamless genius, she used to work at studios and she's saying my example, she's going, that's exactly right. That was the nature of the strikes because they don't keep getting paid. And so that's one of the problems. And this eliminates, see, you weren't thinking of that feature, but actually it comes into play because people are going to be going, wait a minute, I can monetize myself. There's plenty of people that have 1 million, 2 million that are in the music, movies, entertainment industry. But they can't monetize it. That's the problem. They can monetize my album came out or my production that I did came out. But soon as there's no more production and the thing came out, now you're forgotten about because the next latest greatest thing came out. But now you get to engage people longer without actually putting an album out, like in Justin Bieber's case. He has 111 million. He doesn't have to put an album out ever. Because all he has to do is just go, hey guys, just do the interview thing, and 1%, that's $50 million. I think I want $50 million this next month.
All right.
I mean, seriously, that's what's going to happen. That's seriously what's going to happen. So I love it.
That was a great comment you brought up with that young lady. That's so true. That the way YouTube and Hollywood looks at beneath that 1 million subscriber mark is ridiculous to me.
Exactly.
Ridiculous. Stupid.
Exactly.
You should be able, I mean, think about it. If you had 1 million followers, you're only making 10 grand a month.
Exactly.
Those followers love you, respect you, want to be with you, want to be part of your story, right? They want to be part of your story.
That's
And the
right.
way you do that is you interact with them, and they would gladly give you $10, $20 for an interview, so they can say, I got to meet Madonna once for like 2 minutes. I was doing print material at the time. This was in the early 90s for Warner Brothers Records.
Mhm.
So I've done a lot of marketing for a lot of people. I've done a lot of websites in Las Vegas. I've done a lot of startups. But, meeting her for 2 minutes, was kind of nice. But, I would interview with her and say, you know what? She was this type of person. She was this, she was that.
Exactly.
She wasn't the best person in the world, but still, let's say she was.
Yeah.
And she actually gave a crap about me going, "Hi, Madonna."
Right. Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
I would gladly, pay her the amount of an album just so I can be in a video right next to her. Same way all of us, that when we go to conventions and we see a huge person in our industry, we don't want to only take a picture of them. We want
That's
to
right.
take a picture with them. And if we took a
Exactly.
video with them and we did some kind of promo, that is gold, right?
Exactly.
The problem is
Exactly.
only like 15 people out of 10,000 get that chance.
Exactly. Because you're guarded. It's guarded.
Yep.
And that's the thing. A lot of people see, I have these little snippets, some videos that I had in the past, and there was no social media, just like in the 90s, when you're working at Warner Brothers back in the day and stuff. There's no real, in fact, our phones couldn't even do what they can do now. So you would not have 30-minute or 10-minute or 5-minute videos because there wasn't a phone incapable of that. You couldn't just whip out your phone because you only had like, I can't remember, but it was probably like 500 megabytes.
Mhm.
So there's no way you're recording. And then you didn't have the SD cards in your phone in the first place. So whatever your phone had is all you could use. And before you know it, you're out. And so you couldn't have done anything. So I have all this stuff that luckily people made videos, and then they send me DVDs. I have videos from 20 years ago that I never would have had. These people had them.
Mhm.
And this is the key right here, is what you're doing is making it possible for, like you said, when you're at events and there's superstars are in the house, there's so many that I'm talking to and used to hang out with, and I could have whipped out my phone in 2 minutes. We're talking for 15, 20 minutes. 2 minutes, I could have done several things, because they're always like, hey, if you know them once or twice, they'll be like, yeah, man, let's do something for 5 minutes, 3 minutes. And that material could have been used for eons, and people sharing it like on Instavid Ai. And that's what makes this very special, because I've ran into this so much when I said, hey, I got to show you, and I make these SSN lifestyle videos. It's only because somebody has a video and they sent it to me. I didn't have the luxury of having Instavid Ai, because if I'd had that, then I would have all the damn videos. It wouldn't be an issue, So that's what makes it so special, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
He had artists like Chris Brown
Chris
charging $1,000 for a pic with it. There you go. There you go.
Exactly.
So we know some version of this business model has been done. I also remember I was helping Universal Records once produce this software, and I was up on the towers, and they told me about a software that if you ask a question but you gave a donation, your question was moved up to the top. So people would pay to get early access, so that artists can read their questions or tweet, before anybody else's.
That's right.
This is a similar business model, right?
That's
Except
true.
we're talking about video interviews that will give pride and joy to the fan, not just a pick for $1,000.
Exactly. Exactly. Because exactly. That's what makes this. This is it has it's fluid. So just because what we see right now, just like when I was gone for a week, I come back. You already like, hey man, I got this GPS location. Now I got the most shared thing. Now we're gonna have the chat thing. I'm just like, it's fluid. Things are gonna change for the better.
Oh yeah,
make it
product. technology is never the end all, be all in first iteration. We're going to iterate constantly. We are now talking to okay, until we speak to them, I'm not going to tell you who exactly it is, but there is government agencies, thanks to, someone that Eric met. There's government agencies that are actually getting on the phone with us on Monday. And then I have a huge sales company that sells women's products, and they have millions of dollars in sales already. They're talking to us on Monday to see the technology, to give us their wants and needs, and we're going to iterate based on what they tell us.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. I love this so much. Now, let's see, what should we tell people to do right now? Should they go over to Instavid AI and at least register for the free version?
Yeah,
so they can get familiar with it, because that'll be the beta testers as well.
Yeah, so be one of our beta testers. Go to Instavid.ai, register, pick the free registration. You don't, but listen, that's one. Okay, can we tell them about the other?
Yes, we can get into it tonight.
Let's get into it. If you're looking to help push this company forward, and you see what we see, and you believe what we believe, if you believe that the future of AI is something practical like this, that can produce results like this, and you could see what we could see, then consider, partnering with us, fund us. There's a way you can do that. We'll get into it privately. You can email us at info@instavidai.com, instavidai.com, info@instavidai.com. Reach out to me. Tell me what you're thinking that you're capable of doing. I'll send you options. We do debt financing right now. We are doing other options, but we are looking for, literally our backers, our supporters, people, our beta testers. So you have 2 rounds right now. Become a beta tester, and then, try out the system and then consider it, or become one of our backers. And what we're saying is that if you do that, and you introduce us to people and they get started with us, definitely our goal is to make sure that you're blessed and we're blessed simultaneously. And then that way we can all move forward together. We are a startup. There's risk in any startup.
That's
but
correct.
as you can see, we are doing the work. There is no SEAL Team 6 out there. We're it.
Exactly.
We're it. No one's coming. I love, SSN, that no one's coming to save you, his shirt, right?
Exactly.
The CEO. No one's coming to save you. We know no one's coming to save us.
That's right.
But we are hardworking individuals. Let me pull this up and I'll show you guys this.
Yeah, and something to mention, when you send them a message, make sure you mention SSN Nation. All right. We have a special deal for you, because I'll use the word that I like, equity. That's what I like. This is limited time, SSN Nation members. I didn't set up the Ring of Fire because I was thinking you guys can just go direct with Oscar. I spoke with him. Reach him at info@instavidai.com, but put in the line, the title, SSN Nation, because we have a special deal, ladies and gentlemen. Remember what we're talking about here. When we're talking about music, the reason why the superstars make money is because, again, they are now, I'm the executive producer. They are now doing things where they can get paid on the back end, not just from album sales, or in these days, streaming, which is worth nothing. So they got to make money a different way. So you are going to be able to help out and be a part of Instavid AI, and that means equity up to a certain time frame. It's limited because as soon as other people get involved, then if the cutoff happens, you're not going to be able to be like Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank, who gets some his royalties, or get some of his what does he like to do, those points. Give me my points back, what I had put in, and all that crazy. Right now, you have an open opportunity. That's what I love. Oscar, we're giving them the opportunity to get in and be a part of, shall I just say, part of the equity team, part of being invested inside of the company. And that's why you are going to want to share it. That's why you're going to want to tell people about it. That's why you're going to learn about it, because you are going to be part of the team, so to speak, a certain way. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be cut off. I'm just going to say right now, I think it's going to be cut off in about 2 weeks. That's what I really think, because there's a number that we have, which I'm not going to tell people. And that number, I think, may be reached probably sometime after Christmas, because people are doing Christmas things. But I guarantee you, by early January, before launch, this opportunity where you're going to have equity is not going to happen. All right. Me and Oscar talked about this, and everybody here in the SSN Nation, you guys get this along with me. All right. I'm no different than you. I get the same percent no matter what with the equity. All right. I'm just telling you guys. You guys know I'm fully transparent with what I'm doing. Now, because I'm doing some other things with the company, okay, maybe I get a little bit extra. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm putting money into. So I'll just put it to you this way. By Monday, because we have limits on Zelle and all this, but it's nothing major. I told everybody on Wednesday, I said, I'm putting in $1,000 myself just for starters. But we're also bringing other people to the party. So on Monday, he's going to be talking with some other guys that are pretty major. They're geeks too. There's a geek in the crowd. There's some investors in the crowd. There's lawyers in the crowd. He's going to be talking to them, and they do video presentations, and they don't, when he saw this, he's like, wait a minute, it takes me hours to do this stuff. Now they're about to do something, I think, that's going to be off the charts. They're probably going to be in this some way or another.
Yeah.
Because the time it takes for him to process and do everything. We did a 1 hour podcast when I was in DR yesterday. Yesterday morning before I got on the flight. We did a 1 hour, maybe even 1 hour and 15-minute video podcast. That won't be released until probably Monday.
Yeah.
I think. He's probably rendering it, doing the editing and doing splicing and putting in video and doing all this crazy. But if he would have had this, he could have separated it out already. It would have been done.
Yep.
He could have been editing the whole whatever, I think it's an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes. But what he could have been doing is he could have been taking a minute. He could have been splicing out and putting it on here, because we're doing Q&A. We're saying, well, what do you think about it being on the cliff, right? We're talking about a real estate project. What do you think about this? We're doing question and answers.
Yes.
Except it's in a podcast format. He could have spliced it and sent it up to Instavid, and they would have had it already out here, some of it. And then people would be like, oh, man, I got to see the whole thing. But then he could have been like saying, well, the whole thing's going to be out on Tuesday, because he knows it's going to be out on Tuesday. In fact, yeah, it's going to be Tuesday before it's even possible. So that's the funny part about this. And so that's what makes it special for them, plus some other things, like I told you. Actually, what I'm going to tell you right now, I was giving you the example of Hachi Cuevas, she's Glennie, that was doing the lawyer thing, the Q&A, which is on Canal Paz TV, ladies and gentlemen. That goes, you don't even know about this. No. It goes to Chile. It goes to South America. That's what Christian and those guys are doing. It goes to South America. They have their own Canal Paz TV. And so when we do the podcast, it's running on Canal Paz America TV. They have Canal Paz Chile, Canal Paz America, right? Right. That's what they're doing, right? So it's coming out on there. But like I said, it'll probably be Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. But the point is, they could have already had teasers going out that day. That when we did it yesterday, there would be teasers out already. And of course, I'd be sharing it because I'm part of it. Right. I mean, that's crazy. And I'm part of Canal Paz America. So, I mean, this is crazy. And Glennie is also part of Canal Paz TV for Chile, because she speaks Spanish and English. So that video that she had, he could have chopped it up, put it on Instavid already, and would have had somebody asking the questions, because I would have done it. Anybody could have done it. And then she could have already had it going out. And I'd have been promoting it myself. So that's the power that this is right here. So again, ladies and gentlemen, you have an opportunity to be on something that I don't think anybody has thought of until now. All right, what he's doing. So if
And,
you want to
and
do
as ground
financial,
floor as you get, as ground floor as you
exactly,
get.
exactly. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to get too many opportunities for startup possibilities. So again, Oscar, thank you so much. If you want to discuss anything further, feel free.
I wanted to share something. And look, prior success does not say anything about future success or
Oh
anything like
yeah,
that. But
yeah,
let
exactly.
me share with you that one of the last technologies I built, I was able to showcase it at NASDAQ and win business presentation awards at NASDAQ. I've done a TED talk about that, technology. Not only that, that technology was featured at the Vatican. Rome,
Yes,
Rome
yes.
reports. Here's the Vatican. Their station, Rome reports, and I had the privilege because I got into showing technologies and possibilities of technologies, and here I am being interviewed at the Vatican for those technologies. So I'm not saying that this is my first rodeo. It's definitely not. What I'm saying is I definitely know how much work there is to do. But the
Exactly.
exciting part is that we have something that already works,
That's
that
right.
we're making it better daily. And then with your input and other people's input, I mean, meaning Eric's input already changed us. Other
Okay.
people's input is
That's
already
right.
changing us.
That's right.
When we can come together in this timeline, when everyone's talking about AI, and launch this product at the first month of next year, 2024 is going to be an
Exactly.
exciting time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Vanessa Comagate, she's the seamless genius as well. She comes up with business ideas that just simple stuff. Can you believe she does the Airbnb of malls?
Wow.
Unbelievable. She's figured out a way to monetize a kiosk of all things.
Oh,
Because
wow.
it's just like we're doing kind of like the video thing. She has kiosk and she gets people to rent the kiosk and she actually is leasing it to them. So she sits at home while a business is actually doing that. And then they pay her a monthly check. It's incredible, man. It's incredible.
Entrepreneurs are creators, right? Oh, what does he
Exactly.
say here? So we
Here
can
it
refer
is.
this to content. Yes, you can refer this to content creators and be our referral partners. Absolutely. We're working on all that. Look,
Exactly.
email us if you're interested in partnering up with us, info@instavidai.com. Email us. Tell me what your interest is. I'll email you back. We'll start rolling with things. People need tax write-offs this year.
That's
What
right.
better than being part
That's right.
of an AI revolution
That's right.
that is practical to entrepreneurs?
Exactly. And speaking of that, that's very important. I discussed this about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I said, this is the time. Here's what the big boys do. It's the end of the year, and the big boys, I mean by the stock market guys, the guys that own their venture capitalist funds, equity funds, hedge funds, whatever. They are sitting around. This is why the market does what it does, because they're sitting there going, you know what, guys, we made X amount of dollars. We need a write-off. So we need to buy something. So that way we can use that against our profits. And so that's the thing right there. And anything that has to do with your 401k monies, if you haven't reached your max, if you had your own solo 401k, you haven't reached your max, all of that you can put money into and write off for 2023 on your taxes next year. This right here is a legitimate business, which, by the way, it's GS Ventures. What's the name of the company again?
G Ventures Trust. G Ventures Trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
G Ventures. Yeah.
A trust owns the technology.
Exactly.
So G Ventures Trust owns the technology. It'll spin off to an umbrella company, and then it'll go everywhere.
Yes. So, and we can tell them the piece of the pie you mentioned earlier. When she mentioned this here, I wrote this. I call it royalties. I don't know what to call it right now. But the thing is, if you refer another person, you were saying there's a 20-80 split of some sort. I just didn't. We have that in place already.
We take that 20% and you get part of our 20% for referring these content creators that need, they all need this. They all need this. 51 million YouTube channels need this.
Yes. And the thing is, the guys that have 1 million and up, they're going to sit there and be like, well, no big deal. But people in my category and below and up to 1 million,
up to 1 million.
We can't get enough people to see anything.
Yeah.
So this is a game changer. Even if you had 500 people, in fact, you don't even have to be monetized. This works for new people because they don't understand. Again, I just say things. People used to go, Eric, I did like 7 months when I first started. I did 1 video a week or 2 videos a week because I was just doing this for fun, trying to help people. Then about 6-7 months in, I got an email from YouTube that said, congratulations, you are non-monetized. I was like, wait, what? Monetized? Wait, I can make money doing this? And so, but here's the funny part. The whole time I was doing this, because I'm a business person, I had the videos just like this one right here. People go, oh, Eric, we only have X amount of views. I said, I don't worry about that because I have it going to other platforms that don't count the views on this platform. And so I was making money the whole time from the other platforms and money coming in. So I didn't even care about monetize. But then I realized, wait, I can monetize YouTube. And then I was like, oh my God, I was making money the whole time. Just like now, I don't even care about YouTube money because it's kibbles. It's only a few $100. And I have 15,000 subscribers. So again, like your chart showed, a person can have 30,000, 40,000, and all they have is a few $100 coming in. And you got to spend all these hours to produce videos, re-record, edit, do all kind of crazy. And here we have a piece of the pie, like she's saying, it's possible. And there's 2 ways you can get, actually, I think there's 3 ways you can get a piece of the pie. One is you need to get in touch with Oscar like ASAP if you want some of that equity that I'm talking about, because that's the only way it's going to happen. After a certain time, that will not be one of the options. Then you're going to have to go with what type Vanessa was saying, I get a piece of the pie by sharing it and getting in other content creators. And then you can get a piece of the pie by actually creating content and charging people. That's another way you can get it. And there's several different things. As a business person, you can use it to promote your products or business and things like that, that in a different way that you're not able to do right now, because most businesses, we can only leave it on our social media. And that doesn't do us any good. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. On Instagram, I get no love anywhere. On Instagram, they sent me a message about a month ago. And they said, for whatever reason, I don't even know why, they just go, oh, we're only going to send out your info to whoever's your followers. I was like, why? Nothing happened. I never got any strikes or notifications. I don't even know why. But then I'm like, well, this is par for the course because these guys can do whatever they want. I don't even know why. I've never had any problems with Instagram whatsoever. And they said, oh, we're restricting it to only your followers can see it. And I was like, what? I sent them a message like, why? What happened? Something that I don't know about. And that's one of the downfalls. And right now, even if they restrict it like they were doing, it wouldn't matter. I have Instavid Ai, so even my followers would actually help me out by pushing it out. And this is the thing. And that's one of the reasons why this is so powerful. It frees up the ordinary citizen from being jacked by all these platforms. And there's other things too that I can get in on another day. But this is one of those things. I'm anti anybody that tries to block people. I understand if somebody acts a fool, they're lying, they're making threats, they're doing something illegal or something like that. Okay, that makes sense. But just waking up and being like, well, we're only going to restrict it. And you're like, well, all I do is post like my videos, which are not even negative or anything. And I put motivational messages and I'm like, restricted. Why? And I don't get it. And then X did the same thing. They sent, and so they're all like together or something. And so all of a sudden I got X saying, hey, we're going to take this video out. And I go look at the video and it's something motivational, like just keep going, don't give up. And I'm looking at this thing like, where is this? What is this?
Yeah.
I can't believe it, man. So This is beautiful, man. So I'm glad you're here. That's all we can pretty much say, ladies and gentlemen. Put in the title SSN Nation.
Yes.
All right. So he knows it's you.
Subject matter has to be SSN Nation.
That's right.
I don't respond to thousands of emails unless I know where they're coming from. SSN Nation, please.
Exactly. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Then he can talk real business that we can't really discuss right now. And me and him, and I got to tell, I told everybody, you weren't around since Monday, but I talked about it on Wednesday, and I did another live stream on Thursday. But I told everybody, and again, I was transparent. I said, guys, I'm not part of the company yet. I said, but I have an agreement, and I didn't sign it. I was in DR, but I'm going to sign the agreement just so you guys know. So I'm going to be part of this company. All right. Just so you guys understand. So you'll see me around. And so then I'll be promoting it. But what we're talking about right now, that's about it. That's all I can talk about. You're going to have to contact Oscar and get in touch with him. And then he can go into further details. And again, it's going to be, I would go this route. All I'm going to say is grab that duffel bag of cash, use some of it, and get in this program. I'm doing a little duffel bag of cash of my own, and I'm in, and I'm going to be helping out the company as well. So I'm more than just, we're going to be doing this. I'm going to be actually trying to get some people to invest. I'm going to get people to actually use the service. We're going to be promoting. So again, there's so many different avenues of money coming in your pocket. So don't go shy on me now, ladies and gentlemen. All right. This is opportunities that you always dream about. And then you say, I wish I would have knew about it back then. This is what's going to happen. And then we're going to be sitting here with more duffel bags of cash with big smiles on our face. And you guys are going to be like, what's going on? Oscar and Eric's riding their motorcycles in Cali. I'm just like, I'm sorry, guys. We're too busy now because we didn't have to do anything anymore. So,
well, Instavid will be doing it for us.
Exactly. Exactly. We won't have to do anything. Yeah. So T-minus 1 month, 4 days before the official launch. T-minus about 2 weeks before you're going to lose your equity position because we're going to have enough people putting money behind this project where he's not going to give this offer for SSN Nation members. Yeah. All right. So
Angel round will stop. That's all we're doing. We're just doing a small angel round. That's it.
Exactly. And quite frankly, there's a couple people that could end it within a week or in a few days, quite frankly, if they really wanted to. So you guys got to get in while the getting in is good. That's all I can say. Well, Oscar, I think we pretty much summed it up.
Yep.
All right. So thank you so much for being here. And by the way, I know you're a little under the weather, and I'm glad you're doing a little better. So I'm glad you were able to hang out this evening on the Saturday night live stream because we rarely do these, but it's important. These guys only have a short window of opportunity. So thank you for being here. All right.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Eric. Definitely. We'll talk soon.
Exactly. All right. See you later. Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Once again, real world business. This isn't some crypto projects. This isn't some far-flung network marketing. This isn't some multi-level marketing. This is actual business, old school. That's what we're sticking with from now on pretty much here, even in the Ring of Fire. I'm going to present this as a Ring of Fire on Monday. I wanted to do it today, but you guys can go direct. It's the same deal. No matter if it's Ring of Fire or you go directly with Oscar, just send him a message, info@instavidai.com, and put in SSN Nation in the tagline if you want to get to be a part of this. And like I said, go over there and get in the free zone. At least you'll be a beta tester, and it'll be starting to get improved and launched out a little bit more over the next week or two. Of course, the Christmas and New Year's kind of, but you know, that's how things go. When you do business, you're still going to do business. You're going to take some time, even if it's only for an hour or two, even under situations like Christmas and New Year's. So once again, let me know what you guys are thinking. If you understand the technology or don't understand the technology, if you have any questions, just let me know. All right, because this is going to be on replay. A lot of people are going to be able to get in on this deal. And again, this is basically a startup technology company that people usually in equity positions that own companies that are accredited, or investors that are accredited, or you know somebody. All right. That's the only way you get these deals. Like I said, you guys know I keep telling you the stories of Airbnb and Uber and all those. I was in San Francisco. The guys are like, come to the meeting, Eric. And you can only imagine when in the meeting, people are like, for Airbnb, seriously, somebody's going to go, and they're talking different. You guys know Airbnb now as people have homes, houses, yachts, boats, woods. They have teepees or whatever. But imagine you've never heard of Airbnb and you hear the Airbnb pitch guys going, we're going to actually monetize people to sleep on people's couches. That's what they were talking about. Couches, not bedrooms, not anything like that. They were like, we're going to have people sleep on couches. Who's going to give us 20, 30 grand in 2008 or 7 money? I can't remember when it was, but it was around there. Can you imagine? I'm sitting there like, sleep on people's couches? Do they know these people? No, they don't know these people. They'll be complete strangers. How are we going to do that? Oh, we'll have an app. What do you mean app? What are you talking about? App. Okay, apps just came out, but yeah, you know how much it costs to get apps produced back then? I'm just like, what do you, 10, in fact, 10 grand for one. I can't remember which company. It was 10 grand, but you got thousands of shares. It was crazy. So I'm sitting there looking at these guys like they're crazy. I'm like, nah, man, this is crazy. And now look, 12, 14 years later, they're on the stock market, both of them. But it took all that time for them to get on the stock market, right? And they had rounds after that of investors. Think about it. So this right here, everybody understands AI. This isn't that hard. So again, that's where we're going with this. Brian P's in the house. Another investor is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Saturday night live edition with Oscar Garcia, the OG, but he's an OC as well, an ordinary citizen, and Brian P as well. Welcome with the icon next to his name. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I think a few of you might understand the situation here because this is rolling. I'm going to look, it's rolling. All right. So I can tell you this because I'm coming out. I'm on Canopus TV. All right. Canopus TV, what they're trying to do, they're going to Latin America. They're doing Chile. So they have a Latin American channel. It's not really a channel. I don't like calling things on the internet channels, but that's what it is. They have their podcasts and feature shows going out in South America, Colombia, Chile, and all over. Then they have the Canopus America, which I'm on, with Gennaro. So other people are on the Canopus America. They're trying to create somewhat of like Amazon, Netflix, and all those guys, Showtime and whoever else, right? So they have shows and features. So they need content. They need promotions. So therefore, they're interested. They're talking, and I'm just going to tell you right now because I'm privy on Monday. This is what I'm referring to, whether they want to become part of paying the money to use the service. They may turn around and be like, nah, I want in part of this. I want to be a part of this, but not just by producing video. I want to be in the money part because this could grow huge. And also, I know of some other things that I can't talk about where people are in the network marketing, multi-level business. And I don't know you. I know people who are in there and they have tens of thousands of people that they are involved with, because if you've been in it for 10, 15, 20 years, like this one guy has been in like 20 plus years, he's actually been a CEO of one of the big time companies. He's going to be using this service. I don't know what's going to happen, but all I know is there's going to be a lot of people from his little sphere of influence that's going to be using it. And that's not just 10 or 20 or 50 or 100. It's going to be thousands. So just from those two people alone, there's going to be thousands of uses from that. And being able to get some return is going to be awesome. All right. I'm getting in, says Brian P. Glad to hear this, man. Brian P., again, we're not doing the Ring of Fire. What I did was I talked to Oscar and I said, you know what? Because Ring of Fire, basically, I would just be managing somewhat of what people are going to receive anyhow. So I'd rather just go direct. And so go to info@instavidai.com. In the subject line, put in SSN Nation. So that way he knows. And then you start talking about equity. All right. It's going to be limited time only, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to have this much opportunity again. I, like I said, I just envy anybody that can get an opportunity like this. I've been privy to opportunities in my life. Like there's one time I'm talking with a friend of mine. I've talked about this before occasionally. I'm talking with a friend of mine and they're like, I'm in Sacramento and I'm like, we're drinking. And so they said, hey, I got this new wine. I got to open it up, check it out. So we taste this wine and I'm like, damn, this wine is hella good. So as we're talking, they're just like, yeah, I invested in this winery. I'm like, what? What'd you just say? I said, I always wanted a winery. Quite frankly, I just never got around to making it happen because the Napa wine situation just blew up and they kind of, don't let you get the acreage you need anymore and things like that. But anyhow, they said, yeah, it's Jules Winery in Lodi. I was like, Lodi? Are you serious? They're like, yeah, you can get to, you can put down like $5,000-$10,000. Shares are worth X amount of dollars. I was like, are you kidding me? I can actually invest in a winery. So I went down and invested in a winery. Crazy, right? So that's how it works. Word of mouth sometimes. And these are the ones you want to be in. The ones that hardly anybody knows about. You get the startup, you get equity. That's the key right there. Equity. You can be an investor or you can be an equity shareholder or you can get into other areas as well. But that's where you want to be. You want to be in the royalties. You want to be in the whatever you want to call it. I'm calling it royalties. I'm calling it passive income. If you want that, then you have to call Oscar like now. There's going to be a cap. All right. So James Way, he's saying the rent is too damn high, but I need to subsidize that rent is too damn high. And we have something very special that's going to happen for all those that want to get in. Have you guys ever heard of the term first in, first out? Another deal that we have. That's right. First in, first return out, and you still hold your equity. Oh, did you wake up yet? Yeah, did you wake up yet? Mr. Wonderful deal, ladies and gentlemen. I gave you the debt. Here's your debt. I'm giving you the money. Every sale you make from that pin, you pay back what I put in, and then I still get to keep a percentage of the company, equity. Do you hear me? That's what you got, SSN Nation. Yeah, I know. I left the best for last. That's the best deal you're going to get in a lifetime. So there you go. I hope people understood what I just said. Mr. Wonderful, when he has a company, he says things like, here's $300,000. Instead of saying, I want 20, 25, okay, I'll do it a different way. Let's get into some stuff that we talk about here, right? We get into real world. Let's say the company walks in Shark Tank and they say, we want $100,000 and we're giving you 5% of our company. Okay? That's a normal deal. Mark Cuban will wake up and be like, hey, man, yeah, I want in, but I'm going to give you 100,000, but I want 20% of your company. Person says, nah, maybe. Well, maybe. We should talk about it. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Wonderful pipes up. Ah, that's too much. How about this? I'll give you the 100,000. You give me back on every sale $1. As soon as you pay me back that 100,000, then I'll take 3% of the company of equity. How about that? Obviously, he's done a lot of deals in life, and some people, for whatever reason, may think that's not a good deal. But actually, if you're going to sell, then you get a deal. You get money back. The investor wins, but the investor wins all the way. He gets his return back. So it's back in his pocket. It's 100 grand's back in his pocket, but he still gets equity on profits. That's what you got, ladies and gentlemen. SSN Nation style. Yes. Now, do you hear me again? Count me in. Brian P says 100. He's here, and he's got the duffel bag of cash as well. Can you put the email in the chat? Yes, I can put it in the chat. info@Instavid AI.com. There you go. There you go. Wow. Brian P. Yeah, I know. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. And what I'm trying to tell you is it's a cap. Okay, so whoever gets in now, hit up Oscar. I put it in the chat. info@instavidai.com. Whoever gets in now, that's the deal. As soon as they reach a certain number, that deal that I'm talking about right now is done. You won't get the equity part. You won't even get back first paid out part. Those are the two things that you want right off the bat. If you can get that deal, I'm just saying, all it takes is just a small amount. It's not that much. So all I'm saying is get in now while you can. Sleepy Time PM, welcome to the SSN Nation Saturday Night Live edition. We're talking buying assets, putting yourself in position. Thank you so much. Big fan. Keep up the great work. Yadi, thank you so much, Yadi. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I humbly appreciate everybody that's watching and who may not come into the chat room, who shares the videos, who helps out in any way, because you guys got to understand, we are shadow banned, and I'm shadow banned on, oh my God, about 3, actually Pinterest, X, Instagram, YouTube, 4 outlets by themselves, all because I try to get you guys into business that you can actually live comfortably by receiving money coming in your pocket. We talk about passive income. We talk about streams of income. We talk about many different ways, because there's more than 5 ways that you can actually get those royalties money. I'll keep using that. You're leveraging your money, the duffel bags of cash, getting assets, assets increase in value, real estate. We talk about all of it. And so therefore, we're taking another chance. Now, we can't win 100% of the time. Some of the investments go AWire, right? Okay. So one of them, like when I mentioned Jewel Winery, we're having checks coming. Then Jewel Winery says, no, it wasn't them. They have a problem with the winemaker. We're talking about under $10 wine that tastes like, oh my God, it tastes like $30, $40, $50 wine. Nobody can tell the difference. Everybody's like, are you kidding me? This costs $8.95. It was incredible. So now all of a sudden the winemaker, everybody wants them. They don't want to give off any more of the profits. Winemaker says, bye-bye. I'm going to go work for the big boys. They're willing to pay me big time money because he has a process that can get wine tasting like it was aged longer. So it's faster, quicker, and cheaper. So now they get to make a $5 wine that he can make. They turn around and now can sell it for $45, $55 a bottle. So they scooped them up. That changed our whole program because we couldn't find another winemaker that could do this. And we had some, oh man, it was awesome. But nonetheless, so things happen all the time. All the time. Exactly. That's the way to go. Exactly. That's the way to go. The Mr. Wonderful one. That's what we have, ladies and gentlemen. You can't get that deal often. If you watch Shark Tank, a lot of people turn that deal down. All right. But again, that deal's only happening until a certain number is reached. So that's why you can't sit around and wait. This is like, you guys know about it first. Off subject. How about those dividends from TSLY? Reinvest other people's money. Hey. What was it? 60 cents? Yeah, it was a nice little chunky thing that just happened. The dividends from TSLY. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. You want some of that passive income? Go check out yieldmaxetfs.com, and you will be surprised that you can get. I don't even really like talking about it, but it's on the stock market. TSLY. T is in Tom, S is in Sam, L is in Larry, Y. As long as you buy some shares, and they're only like $11. And an $11 share that could give you 60 cents, which it did, 60 cents this month in dividends. And they give dividends every month. So I'm going to do something right now. Since she mentioned that, I'm going to do, in fact, I'm just curious. I'm just going to use 60 cents divided by $11. That's 5.5%. So it's 5 point, no. Yeah, it is 5.5. 5.5% return this month. What happens if it was times 12? That would be what is that, 60 cents? Let's see. So if I use 0.6 divided by 11, nah, that's not what I need. Sorry, 0.6. Oh, sorry, I'm off. 6 times 12, 78. 72. Sorry, my mind's blinking for a second. 11. Okay, what do we got? 6.5. All right, 60% is what that ends up being. 60% if they gave out 60 cents every day. Go to yieldmaxetfs.com. On the stock market, just came out. It's 1 year old now. All right. They're giving out more than 60 cents, 72 cents a year. How about $5 or $6? I'm just saying, on an $11 stock annually. That's dividends, ladies and gentlemen. You can put that in your 401ks. You can put that in your solo 401ks. Think about it. These are tax write-off opportunities as well. Think about that. This is actually a legitimate company. So they have a EIN numbers. You get tax write-offs as you treat it as an investment, startup. So it's an investment. It goes against your taxes this year and potentially in the future. So if whatever you decide to put in, you should be thinking, I need a write-off. Any additional write-offs? You don't get to write off Christmas presents, unfortunately. Well, unless you have a business, you could. But all I'm trying to say is, traditionally, you're out here spending thousands of dollars on Christmas presents. I know you are. No write-off in sight. Just think about all that money you're spending. It could be a write-off if you invest in business. By the way, I have great news. Speaking of investments, 61 cents. Yes, it would be 61 cents is what the dividend was this month. She's right. She's right. Because it was, what was it, 60, and I don't remember if it was 8, 9, or 98. I can't remember what the number was, but she's right. She's hit it right on the head, but it doesn't have to be TSLY. It could be OARK and get 30%, or it could be FLY and get like another 40, but top dog, Yieldmax ETFs right now. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. Oh. Have you heard of the new project called Palace Suites by Wyndham Hotel in Punta Cana? Sleepy time. Yay. Okay, let's go. First of all, I've heard about it. I made a video about it. Only because it's suites, it's downtown. So we talked about it. It's Wyndham. I'm not in. Now, if Wyndham's involved, I'm not involved. First of all, let me give a story. I do timeshares. I do condo hotels. Wyndham points, Wyndham properties. I'd rent them out. Wyndham blocks owners from using their points and weeks. All right. So when you say Wyndham Hotel, I look at them as an enemy. But the point I'm trying to make is whenever things say Wyndham, there's a reason. Wyndham bought me out. Listen to what I'm saying. They bought me out. They bought out other people. They paid millions of dollars. All right. Why? Their timeshare condo hotel properties, which is what Palace Suites is going to be turned into. Wyndham's going to control it. Whoever owns it, Palace Suites, you're not going to be able to live there. It's going to be a condo hotel, more than likely. And then when you want to come stay there, they're going to use the old, well, I'm sorry, none's available, but you'll see it online that other people are going to be able to rent it. And you're going to be like, I own here. Why? What is going on? And so therefore, you are buying a condo hotel, and generally, that's what you're going to be buying. All right. Just keep that in mind. And this units are kind of small, but fine. It's downtown. It can make money. It's fine. But it's still Wyndham controlled. They're going to control the board. They're going to control all activity. They're going to control the reservations. I don't like Wyndham. Wyndham took over my Miners Club in Park City. Miners Club is next door to Wyndham Park City. So there was no Wyndham Park City like 12 years ago. So they moved in front of Miners Club in the canyons. Park City's in the ski area. So we used to walk Miners Club, and there's a ski lift that's probably 100 yards down. Between Miners Club and the ski lift is where they built Wyndham Park City. Okay, fine. Wyndham's a big company. They own Days Inn. They own Travelodge. Not that should give you an idea. Days Inn, Travelodge, whatever other places like that. That's what they own. And then, of course, they have a few high-end properties as well, but they delve into $70, $80 a night type places. All right. So anyhow, Miners Club is not $78 a night. Wyndham Park City is also not $70, $80. These places are $1,000 per night, $500 per night, $800 a night. Okay, whatever. Now, the point is, so because they moved up front in front of Raintree used to, well, they still used to own the Miners Club, was Raintree, a timeshare condo hotel company. Well, that company thought it brainiac idea. They thought it was wise because they didn't want to do the upkeep, the maintenance, because the units there, 1,500, 2,000 square feet, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom condos at Miners Club. Sweet. All right. They didn't want to maintain them, so they let Wyndham take over management and the freaking front desk. Big mistake. I told them when we were in the owners meeting, I said, don't do it. Don't do it. They said, well, we don't want to spend, it was like a couple $100,000 for rehab. And they're like, we don't want to spend a couple $100,000 for rehab. They said they're going to take that. They're going to give us some money. We're still going to have 5 or 6 rooms left out of Miners Club. And I said, don't do it. Especially since you said you're going to let them manage it and run the front desk. That means they're going to control reservations. I said, don't do it. They said, no worries, Eric. They can assure us that everything's going to be fine. I said, don't do it. And then you know what happened? Try to call up Raintree owners, try to get a reservation now. Can't get a reservation, especially during ski season, during our Sundance Film Festival. You can forget about it. They just keep all the rooms, charge $1,200, $1,500 per night on booking.com, expedia.com, and whatever. Meanwhile, you can't get nothing during prime time. Maybe a 2 or 3 people. So then what did they do? They blocked out everything for what their other brand is, Worldmark. They took 6, 7, 8, 9. They call that Worldmark now instead of Wyndham. And they used their Worldmark brand and went, okay, just let's say I don't love Wyndham. All right. I don't even want to hear nothing about Wyndham Hotel taking over nothing. All right. That's all I'm going to say. Cheap. Yes. Being able to rent you buy it for $89,000, $99,000 and be able to charge $120,000, $150,000 a night, probably a good deal. But you are buying into a condo hotel and you have limited days you can stay there. Not saying you would stay there because like me, if I rent something, I don't stay there. Every once in a blue moon, but I never stay past a week or 2 weeks. So it's no big deal if they restrict it to 30 days or whatever. So all I'm saying is, for me, it's just because it's Wyndham. And by the way, I'd be banned anyhow. I can't own, I can't buy, or I might be able to own the condos, but I can't buy any Wyndham properties. That's what I actually had to sign, because me and a group of other people, even though I wasn't really involved with the other people, but sometimes because of the amount of points or the amount of weeks we had, we could control like 20% to 30% of the units, and we were renting them out to people and they didn't like it. And bottom line is, use an example, $1,500 a night at Miners Club during Sundance for our 3-bedroom unit. All right. Our maintenance fees were $2,500. They would block it out because these guys for 7 nights, they're getting 10, 11, 12,000. Our maintenance fees of 2,000, 2,500. They're like, forget that, because we know those guys want those weeks. So what we do is just charge $12,000, $10,000. We don't care about the owners. They're never going to use this. We're using it. We're blocking it out and getting our $10,000 per unit. So see, that's what Wyndham does. All right. So whenever anybody brings up Wyndham, I'm sorry, I get salty, big time salty. And like I said, I'm on good terms with them. They paid me out. They cut me a check to go away. They cut my friend's checks. One of my friends, what was it, 330 G's to go away. The other guy, it was like $1.5 million to give up all his Wyndham stuff. And they did that for 4, 5, 6 people. So, no, I don't even want to see the, and they messed up my property at Vino Bello that I always loved. They messed that up too. They got control of the property. Once again, Shell Vacation Club, they bought them. Shell Vacation Club, we used to be able to book one night. All right, one night. Shell Wyndham takes over. They said, no. We're doing minimum nights. And oh, by the way, we're increasing the maintenance fee and we're increasing the points that you need to reserve the nights. And oh, by the way, we're also going to be blocking. So if you're going to try and rent to other people, we're going to make it miserable when they show up to make them go down to the other desk and talk about timeshares. Shell Vacation Club didn't do that. Wyndham comes and now people sign in and they go, oh yeah, go down to the end to get your gift package or whatever. And now they're trying to talk people into buying timeshares that they're producing across the street. Don't even let me get started. I don't want to hear about these guys. All right. I have no love for them. They're just dirty. I have no love for these guys. And the problem I have is they're bigger than, they bought RCI. Okay. So you got to understand, Wyndham is powerful. They bought RCI. They have something to do with Expedia, I think it is too. So you have to understand, they got their fingers in a monopoly almost situation. I think they have something to do with Expedia, or is it booking.com? It's Expedia, I think. And then they bought RCI, which is the exchange company. Can you imagine giving a company like that millions of weeks that you put into the system? You know what they did. They said, oh, thank you so much for your exchange week. So a person is supposed to exchange it. They find the best weeks. They're like, oh, we know the F1 week's coming up. So that person gave us their F1 week, not knowing F1 was coming because they did it a year in advance. And they blocked it off, and they wouldn't exchange it to another person. They keep it and put it online. $8,000, $9,000. So they're taking inventory out of the system, acting like somebody else is the problem. All right, enough. I can keep going on and on about these guys. I can keep going on and on. All right. I've been doing this business for freaking 25, 30 years. And Wyndham's has always been a problem. All right. They've been a problem for being individuals. So if you think I would suggest people to buy into a condo hotel by Wyndham, no, I wouldn't do it. And especially if you're going to be allowing them to rent for you, I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying their history with me. I've known these guys for 12, 15, maybe even 20 years. I've been involved with Wyndham Properties. And I can guarantee you several things. One is, if your HOAs and you think your HOAs are going to be $2 a square meter, good luck. They might be $2 a square foot for 1 year, maybe 2. After that, hey, man, we got to make an extra 30% this year. $2.60. Wow, make it $3 a square meter. 2 years later, $3.50 a square meter. And you'll be sitting there getting hit up with your special assessments talking about, hey, man, we got to get a furniture package. We got to do all this. Special assessments, $5,000 a person. I mean, don't even let me get started with these clowns. And I can talk mess about them because my contract that I have with them didn't say anything. There was no NDA. I wasn't going to sign an NDA. That wasn't going to happen. My friends, though, they had to sign NDAs. I didn't. I was like, I ain't signing an NDA because look, let's just put it a different way. I'm a different breed because they were just like, Eric, we'll just do. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything you say. I don't have to. And they're just like, okay, give the guy, take back all his stuff. We'll give him a check, but we ain't going to press him much further. I was like, no, you ain't pressing me much further because all your stuff is worth junk to me. It's not that valuable. And here's the thing. I had an advantage over everybody else because I can buy timeshares. I told people before how to buy timeshares, right? I told you guys where to go. They give them away for free. So you can buy timeshares. The reason why they didn't have me over a barrel, all my timeshares were free and clear. I bought all my timeshares for less than $2. So they didn't have any leverage. They couldn't say, well, you owe mortgage, you owe this. I owned all mine, clear. So all they could do is say, they couldn't mess with me because I either had to pay my maintenance fee or not pay my maintenance fee. That's it. So they couldn't make me do jack crap. They were like, well, we want you out of here. I was like, good luck. I have deeded titles to stuff. And that's when they're like, well, okay, we're going to cash you out and just sign everything over to us. I said, now that sounds about right. But as far as that NDAs or anything about no talking mess, forget you guys. That ain't working. I don't sign NDAs. I don't put myself in position. That's why I want equity, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you don't have loans. Okay, enough. I just get irritated. You're the man. Huge insight, brother. The money is consistent, but I get what you mean about not enjoying your own property. Yeah, exactly. They're just takeover artists. That's all they are. They're takeover artists. And they're in the timeshare business, so you could actually see what they do. They have nice properties like Wyndham Bonnet Creek. That's in Disney. Nice. Everybody wants to stay at Wyndham Bonnet Creek. It's right on property in Disney in Orlando. You can rent it out tremendously. But what do? Their usual tactics. And they start reserving rooms for themselves so they can rent online during the prime time, like in summer times and things like that. You try to make reservations a year out. I mean, it's crazy. It's just ridiculous. No. Wyndham involved, stay away. That's all I ever say. Like Mr. Wonderful says, squash you little guys like a bug. Exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Once they control and see, they put their minions in control of the board. Why? Okay, here we go again. So once again, you own at Palace Suites. Think about this. You own at Palace Suites. Wyndham, they're going to control probably 50% of the units anyhow, even though there's going to be owners. You're going to control 50%. How do they do this? What they do is when they start the property out, they own the property. They own the unit, so to speak. So ultimately, they have more voting rights than everybody. So then they put their minions in place on the board, just enough to have majority. So anything that comes up before the board, if it doesn't help Wyndham, it's voted out. It's not going to pass. Ain't going to even come to light of day for voting. So now they start changing rules because they have the majority. Whatever the contract says today, it will not say that when it's delivered. I guarantee you. All I'm saying is I know how these guys operate, and that's what they do. That's their MO. They come in nice and sweet. We're going to do this. Ultimately, it's only to control the property. That's their whole MO. They'll control the board. They're going to control the rentals. And then when the owners are trying to say, hey, what about this? What about that rental? Can I get this? And then when you start asking for your money, because then they're going to turn to you and say, yeah, we took out 35%, even though you have a contract. But, oh, yeah, just because the place was, I've had all this with these guys. I just keep going on and on. Just because the place is full, Wyndham, Keokai in Hawaii. 2 properties, Wyndham Valley High, Wyndham Keokai, literally a mile away or less. During Christmas time, locked, New Year's week, let's just call it 29th of December for a week, so January 5th or something. It would be like a month before. All of a sudden, it's like some mix-up with your reservation that you may have had to make a year ago. Oh, don't worry, we'll have you stay at the other property. Well, okay. Now, but see, here's the thing. The other properties and properties there, depending on first level or second level, the units are different. So what? Okay, you have a 2-bedroom. That's 1,100 square feet. But at my place, I have a 2-bedroom that's 1,600 square feet. But, oh, yeah, we're going to move you down to the other one. Yeah, I know you're going to move me down to the other one because this unit, you're probably charging people $2,500 per night because it's New Year's week. So this is what they do. All I'm saying, I don't trust them guys for nothing. And if they're involved with Palace Suites, that makes it all the more, I would say, I don't care how cheap it is. I wouldn't be buying with these guys. And they're a condo hotel, by the way. They are not a condo. You're not going to own the condo where you can live there. That's another thing. You're not going to be able to live there. Whatever they tell you, you better check on that. If you decide to invest in them, check your contract. It's a condo hotel. You're not going to be able to live there. All right? You're thinking in your head it's a condo you're buying. But I'm saying, if you say I'm going to live there, check your contract. Okay? Trust me on this. They're no joke. They do shady stuff. But they're a big-ass company. So I've been talking about them for a while. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry when that just pisses me off with these guys. I'm going to do this. And what is it? Wyndham Rewards, right? I think that's their website. If you do stay at Wyndham Properties, the Days Inn, the Travel Lodge, I'm going to go look because at the bottom of their WyndhamHotels.com website or Wyndham Rewards, well, it translates to Wyndham Hotels. They tell you which hotels they own. Or they used to. Yeah, here you go. Yeah. Oh, now they separate them. Days Inn, Super 8, Microtel, Howard Johnson, Travel Lodge. Now they admit their economy. Midscale, La Quinta, Wingate by Wyndham, Wyndham Garden, America Inn, Baymont, Ramada, Lifestyle, Trip, TRYP. Most people don't know about that. Splendor, most people don't know about that. Dazzler, most people don't know about that. Vienna House, Ultra, a lot of people don't know about their Lifestyle. That's a big, those are different, but still nothing. Upscale, Wyndham, their own name, they use Wyndham's Upscale, not even. TM Trademark Collection, how many people have heard of TM? I don't know, I've never heard of. Now, Registry Collection of Hotels, Dolce and Wyndham Grand. Now, Wyndham Grand Desert in Las Vegas is Wyndham Grand Desert. In fact, that's what it's called. Wyndham Grand Desert. Very nice units. Very nice units. And the owners or management of Wyndham Grand Desert, we did a photo shoot there. They allowed us to do a photo shoot because it was, I think it was like November. We did a photo shoot and hardly anybody was there. We did the pool area, the cabanas, the gazebos. We did the pool area, basically. They let us shoot us there. Nobody was in the pool area. So that was cool, but it wasn't a Wyndham approved situation. It was the management approved. But Wyndham Grand Desert, which is behind the MGM, that's pretty nice. Lockoffs, 2 bedrooms, pretty nice. But nonetheless, so there's the Wyndhams. I can keep going on and on, but nonetheless, I was looking to see what they had because somebody told me they had St. Regis. I was like, I never heard of this. Now, here's the funny thing. Vacation rentals, clubs, and condos. Vacasa, that's one they own. cottages.com, Margaritaville Vacation Club by Wyndham, Shell Vacation Clubs, which I mentioned, Worldmark, which I mentioned, Club Wyndham is what I was talking about with the points. All right. All those people generally get screwed. The Margaritaville guys, they do not. They actually own their units. They don't have the clause about you own your units. It's not what they're going to do at Palace Suites, I don't think. So I would be leery of Palace Suites in Punta Cana. That's all I'm going to say about this. All right. So Sleepy Time PM. Hopefully that helps. All right. I'm just saying it's for the price. You're probably still going to win. But I just know what Wyndham's going to turn it into. They're going to charge you more money for your HOAs. And whatever happens with the money, because you're going to have to rent through them, know for sure they're going to be siphoning off some of the money. And you're going to be like, what the frick? Everybody else around here is able to charge 170, 180 a night. And if I didn't even use you 60% occupancy rate or 50% occupancy rate, I'd be making more money and I'd be controlling it. So I'm just saying, I already know what these guys are going to do. So it'll be interesting. I talked all this stuff about them. We'll see what happens. All right. So all investments aren't great investments. Just remember that. Always look at the contract, look at the paperwork, study the paperwork. All right. And then we have to also worry about when it's pre-construction, is it going to be built? Because there's a lot of shenanigans going on in the Punta Cana, apparently, which, by the way, I'm going to have Nestor on, Johan on, and I'm probably going to have somebody else on because people starting to talk about some people aren't doing proper business. So now I got to start talking about this in Punta Cana now, the place I love. Dominican Republic all together. It's all, everything. So we're going to find out. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, you see Oscar's information. If you want to do business the right way, you want to be in on something, you need to contact him now with the title and the email address of SSN Nation. I gave an example of Mr. Wonderful deal. That's what you have here in the SSN Nation Shark Tank. You got a Mr. Wonderful deal. It's been already worked out if you want to do it that way. If you want to be a person that refers other people and receive some part of the 20% that comes back, you can do that too. Why not both? Especially if you're going to put some money behind Instavid AI, why wouldn't you promote it as well, right? And it's launching January 20th. But again, you have a limited amount of time because let's just go another route with the Mr. Wonderful example. Mr. Wonderful, again, in case you're just now joining us, he says things like a person comes in, they have a business, they say, I want $100,000 and I'll give 5% of my business. And the sharks all want to say, I'm out. Another one will say, hey, I'll give you $100,000, but I want 25% equity. Another shark might chime in and say, hey, I'll do that. I'll give you $125,000. I'll take 20% equity. And then Mr. Wonderful, trying to beat everybody out, throws a twist in. He says, I'll give you $150,000. But here's what I want in return. I want from every sale, I want my investment back. And once you reach the 150,000, then I want 3% equity in the business. Some people say yes. A lot of people say no. But the people that say yes, he now has 3% equity. He has a return on his money. I think people call that free rolling half the time. Right? That's what you have, SSN Nation members. Get in touch with Oscar ASAP. And there's a cap. So to use our illustration for Mr. Wonderful deal, let's just put it another way. Somebody says, hey, to Mr. Wonderful, hey, I have other partners. I have other people that are interested. And he says, okay, So what are you going to cap it at? And they say, well, we're going to give out some equity up to $500,000. Mr. Wonderful would have to respond to that if that's the situation. Because his response could be, well, I'll give you the whole 500,000, except I want more equity. And you still have to pay me back from every sale. Do you want that type of deal, ladies and gentlemen? Or do you want the deal that says, I'll give you some money and give me 20% of the business? Either way, you can consider yourself a winner. But I do know this. I like when every sale or profits coming in and you get a return on what you put in right away versus waiting for years for things to happen. And then they say, okay, we're profitable now. I want money coming back immediately. Duffel bag of cash. It's sitting here, or shall I say sitting in the DR now. American government. All right. By the way, here, let me show you guys, for everybody that's investing and doing things in the Dominican Republic. I don't think I can show this because they do something crazy. They still got this crazy going on. All right. They got crazy going on in the DR. So I can't really do this. Here we go. Scotia Bank, ladies and gentlemen. You see that? Scotia Bank. Official. How did it happen? Well, remember, we have our men and women of great value in the Dominican Republic. Johan Confidante and his assistant, Gresa, helped out. Because in the DR, they don't play with money laundering. They say, we want to see tax returns. Your last year, 2022 tax returns. In the case of Scotia, they want to see 6 months worth of bank statements, consecutive months of bank statements. So in other words, June, July, August, September, October, November. They need that. They also need your passport. And they need, if you're self-employed, then they're going to need you to show your company and you're the authorized person. Even though you're not opening up a business bank account, they still need to see you're authorized. All right? If you don't have a company, then you need your W-2 and your tax returns and everything I talked about. But here's the thing. You know how long that would take for somebody to study all of that? And your Social Security card, by the way. All right? That would take days. So you know, Gresa, she is the go-to person. But of course, it helps if Johan Confidante is your attorney. Like Mo said, your attorney and our attorney. And so therefore, she gave all the information, talked with the manager while I'm there, got approvals for everything in 2 days, 3 days. I think it took 2 days, but it might have been 3. I show up at the bank, approved. I just have to sign documents. And they do it like it's 1985, all right? The old-fashioned way, pretty much. You're signing all these documents. Yes, I know it's me. Yes, I know it's a savings account, a checking account, a peso account, a USD account. Yeah, it's like it's 1985, 1990 all over again. I was like, damn, this is crazy. But it eliminated the time that I had to go to the bank and sit down and talk to somebody and had an appointment. So at 10 a.m. in the morning, all I had to do was show up and the lady was already assigned for me to open up my account. All right. You know what this means? This means it's time to play Mo Better's video if I still have it. Let's see if I still have it. Let's see. Yes, I do, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Check it out.
My pleasure.
I see it. Yeah.
You got it. Really good, man.
Yeah, man. Courtesy of Johan and his team.
Yeah.
My lawyer, your lawyer, everyone's lawyer of Punta Cana. These are the guys, these are the people, these are the staff that make it happen for us. All right. Look at us, y'all. Your lawyer doesn't do this.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Have to show you a little love from Johan Confidante when we come there. See, this is what I'm saying. When we show up, it's SSN Nation shows up, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all don't know how powerful you guys are. You guys don't understand. You need to put this stuff on. You need to have the SSN Nation. All right? You guys got some love going on in the DR. Trust me. All right? I got to give you stories. These guys got to see the stories. They were there. I'm not going to give out any stories, actually, because last week was pretty interesting when I was there as well. When people found out, they were looking at my ID at different locations, and they were like, oh, my God. I was like, okay, thank you. It's pretty crazy, ladies and gentlemen. I don't go over there flashy, just showing up, handling biz. So now, does anybody have any questions? I can only say certain things, but if you're thinking about doing this, get a little duffel bags of cash. Remember, only put in what you can afford, study, but there's a limited time. And like I said, I would think the limited time is probably, it's Christmas next week. So again, I'm thinking January, the first week in January, that's when I think that this Mr. Wonderful deal will probably not be available any longer because they would reach their number that they needed. So they're not going to do it. But up until that point, I think you got time. All right. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just estimating. I really don't know because he's talking to, well, I know the two people he's talking to, and quite frankly, something could jump off. But it kind of doesn't matter. You guys are in. All right. As long as you get in touch and makes, let Oscar know what your feelings are and what you want to do. Because you got plenty of choices. All right. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Smash that like button. It's Saturday night. Let me know what you guys think of this Saturday night live stream. I didn't mean to go off on Wyndham, but when he said Wyndham, sheesh, I should show. Let me see. Do I have receipts on me? Oh my. Yeah, I might even have receipts on me. Let me see. They emailed me back in the day for my stuff, right? So you guys can see I don't be playing the games. We don't do this cap stuff. Let me go see if I have an email from them from back in the day. This would be 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I think it was around 2018, maybe it's, oh yeah, it is like 5 years ago, maybe. Let me go see if I have a contract. I'll even show you guys. Let me see if I can find any Wyndham. Let me see. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm still. Damn, I got to go back to 20. Oh, I know how to find it. Let me go see if I can do a reverse. I'll even show you guys a contract, what they sent me. Damn, because I know I have it here. I got to go through 20. I got to go through 5 years. I can't go to 2021. How come you can't tap the top anymore? It doesn't. Damn it. Well, you guys are going to have a nice little treat. So you'll see why I was like, yeah, they bought me out and other people. They paid millions of dollars. Millions. Just so they can get people out of the way so they can control even more of the properties. Let me see. I'm back to 2019. Let me see. I might find this damn thing. Oh, if you want a cheap timeshare, go to timesharenation.com. They give them away for free. Deeded points. You own it. Free. So therefore, you don't really, it's of no value really, right? So that's pretty much how I got a lot of mine too. I made a video about it 3 years ago. Where to go? timesharenation.com. All right. If you want to get in the timeshare business, or not really business, because they try to block people from doing it as a business. All right. Damn, I might find it for you tonight. Let's see. Who's this? Maybe. No. It has to have an attachment to it. Nope. Okay. Yeah, you guys see, I'm not playing. People don't believe when I tell you they do buyouts. They actually block people because they don't want you renting. They block you from renting. And, oh, hold on. I got one more thing to talk about these guys. Their world mark in their bylaws says, or used to say, that you could rent your unit. All right. They took that bylaw out, and then they stopped people from being able to rent their unit for a profit. That's the stuff they do. I forgot all about that now that I'm remembering about these guys. I don't even want to get too much in it. Like I said, this is crazy. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. It looks like it is 2018. Let me see. Attached. Please find 2 accounts. We discussed. Sign. Dolphins Cove. Okay. All right. Nope. Not the right contract. That's just me. So I had to sign any deeded property, but all of my deeded property I had to sign back to them. So it was their that they got lucky because that Orlando and Anaheim properties are prime time, especially 2-bedroom, 2 baths. It looks like I don't have the damn contract. I have the deed stuff. Oh, I owned it. Mauna Loa Resort also. That's also in Hawaii. That's on the Big Island. These are all 2 bedrooms in Hawaii that I used to have deeded ownership in. I can't find the contract though. But I got all the emails where I'm deeding all the properties to them. They had to send over the email with the PDF in there, so I would have to take it down to get notarized. So I have those. I just can't find the one contract I would show you guys where they actually put in there where they paid me. You guys I'm not lying. They paid us to go away, give them back. They wanted back was all their weeks and points and pay us to go away. Because all they did was want to rent more units out of the owner pool. So anyhow, can't find it, but maybe one of these days I'll show it. I have hard copies, but they're in Cali. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Let's see here. I need to show you guys something. Larimar. Even though this isn't Larimar stuff, but let me see if I still have this. Found something. Okay. The PowerPoint. When I was there on Tuesday or Monday, whenever I was at the office, on the left-hand side of this picture, you will see a white top building. It's a rectangle. That is going to be a retail center. So there could be they were saying it could be a grocery store. It could be a mini mart here. Could be like salons or any type of businesses in this white top building. Behind that building, unfortunately, I don't have where I can zoom in. But if you could zoom in behind the white top building, there is actually freaking a pool there. And the seating area with one of those little pavilions, cabanas, whatever you want to call it, is at the end of the whole building is a pool. I was like in shock. I was like, wait, really? You put a pool behind a retail type building and you have sports courts and paddleball courts and tennis court also right here in this community. I said, I love it. Even though the towers themselves have pools, there's a pool in the middle of all the 4 towers, whether it's Prime Towers on the right, Blue Breeze Towers on the left, but the Breeze Towers, they have their own man-made beach over there too. So you're right across the street if you're in Prime. Everything is right here within 100 yards, 200 yards max, because buildings are like 50 yards apart. But that's it. I mean, and then you have the boardwalk out front, another 100 yards or less. So that's pretty sweet. So that's the latest thing, was the pool behind the white top building, the rectangle that's right down there with the sport courts. So there's a pool down there, two basketball courts, a sport court that can be changed into like a soccer and a hockey, and a basketball court, the green top, and then they have paddleball and tennis courts. We're all right here. This is not the sports court that's going to be out back. 9-hole golf course is going to already be done on first phase as well, so it's special. And the green top building, that's a restaurant and bar. So again, this is hard to pass up when things are 130,000, 120,000, 99,000 for a 1-bedroom, 130,000 for 2 bedrooms. Tower 3, the only tower left, the one that you see on the right-hand side in the back by the 2 red sports courts or basketball courts. That's the only tower that's available, and there's 20 units left. Tower 1, 2, and 4 sold out. Every unit's gone. SSN Lifestyle. All right. We got something else going on. Just so you guys are hearing it here first. Submitted to the government should be this week, because I signed the documents last week before I left. In this case, Johan is not handling it. He does not specialize in SRLs. All right. So who does? Glenny Hache Cuevas. All right. She's actually Inmobiliari. That is the real estate company Gennaro, that he's actually the master broker for, like Larimar and other places. It's his wife. She specializes in this. So SSN Lifestyle, if it's approved, because in the Dominican Republic, unlike in America, you can't just create your own company and it's done. In the DR, you have to submit it to some government agency. The government agency has to approve your name. But if they approve the name, it's SSN Lifestyle, SRL. All right? So you guys got that. So remember, I'm talking all this mess about what Wyndham does with timeshares, this, that, and the other, right? Well, guess what? I'm joining the party. Takeover 1. I'm enjoying what I'm about to do. I'm taking over the party. They're greater. They can try to squash me like a bug, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to. But the point is, I'm doing something a little bit different. So Margaritaville is like the closest thing that it could be. But what I'm doing is, there is no Margaritaville. What I'm doing is basically condos in projects that SSN Lifestyle will be utilizing, and we're going to be doing right to use. Same concept, but of course, we're talking about condos, villas, maybe even penthouses, but they're going to be in residential type of places, residential resort type places. So in other words, it could be at Larimar, which is almost a resort, right? It could be in like Primavera. I'm about to show you Primavera 2. A condo there is just a residential neighborhood with pools, basketball courts, nothing special. It's more residential, nice and quiet. Not everybody wants to be in a resort, but that's what's going to start. So it's going to be, we're going to do 7 nights. You're going to be entitled to 7 nights, 8 days. Fine. You're only going to pay, though, $400 annually. Fine. If you want to get in and get a week of use, fine, but it's going to cost you right to use one time 10 G's. What can you do? You can use 47 or 46 6. Haven't figured out because New Year's, Christmas, Thanksgiving ain't really special there, but let's just say Thanksgiving. Holy Week is 2 weeks that we're going to be blocking out, but there are only going to be 5 or 6 dates blocked out. You can stay, or your use week, you can stay anytime during the year other than those 5. That's going to be the 10,000 guys, but there's only 12 of those. That's it. Sorry. Then 3 more. That'll be 15 total. 3 more, as it stands right now on the top of my head. Once it gets approved, I have to have a contract. 3 more people, 15,000, right to use for 20 years. Maintenance fees annually, $400. I made up my mind. It's $400. That's it. And to be straightforward, it's $2 a square meter. Maintenance, the HOAs only cost, it should be 2,400. Yeah, 2,400. So 400 for 12 people is 48. So you know what that means? That means every year we already have our reserve for upkeep, maintenance, refurbishment at 5 years. I don't think it'll take that much toll, but you got refurbishment money. You won't get any special thing talking about, hey, you gotta each pay 15 grand or 10 grand because we're replacing the furniture. None of that. So that takes care of all of that. And you have 20 years right to use. And you'll be able to, if you want to go the Airbnb route and rent out your week, whatever, that's fine. You can keep everything, but about whatever it would cost to, maintain or have people come or meet people, whatever. But if you want to rent it out. So you can make a little money that way if you don't want to. So I'm just saying, flexibility is the key. You just have to abide by the rules within the compound, which is normal stuff. So that's pretty much it. That's the start. But, oh, wait, there's more. There's a lot more. But once we get approved, that's going down. And preliminarily, some of you guys here know about Larimar. I talk about its #1 spot. And it appears if this all goes right, that means there will be a deal. And I don't like to jinx it, but I think I can just say preliminarily I'll just put it this way. We're in talks to acquire a penthouse unit at Larimar. The penthouse unit at Larimar will be part of the SSN Lifestyle collection. Again, only a limited amount of people. We're talking about less than 10 or 12 people. That's it. But the point of the matter is, the reason why the rest, there's only going to be that, is because it's going to be operating like Airbnb. So that's why there's going to be flexibility. And unlike the timeshare companies, there won't be any Airbnbs ahead of time. Let's just put, I'm very confident in properties that we're going to be holding. So in other words, here's what happens when I own a timeshare or a right to use week. They'll say, oh, you got to make your reservation a year in advance. You're like, wait, it's October. I think I might want to go next year in July. Well, you have a year in advance, you have a window or a 9-month window. Then after that, everybody can reserve, right? So now if you don't reserve in the 9-month window, then after that, everybody can reserve their week or time. But since everybody else can do it, and there's thousands or hundreds of other people that now that July week that you wanted, not going to be there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do it a little differently. Granted, you might not know about in October about July, but in January you might. So basically, what's going to end up happening is we're going to use somewhat of a progressive type of deal. So we're going to block everything up until like the end of the year. So like, let's say right now, December. And you're like, I still don't know what I want to do when I want to reserve my week. Okay, fine. But what's going to end up happening is we're going to start releasing on the Airbnb X amount of days in advance, like 30 to 45 days in advance. So owners, the 12 people, you can lock in your things. It's just it'll start moving back based on the calendar. And then eventually when all 12 people have their dates, then we release everything for Airbnb, or 15 people, quite frankly, because there'll be 15 at the first place. So then it's released to Airbnb. So everybody should be able to manage expectations and figure out, okay, at some point, you'll know 90 days, 60 days ahead, 75 days, 3 months, 4 months ahead. Once everybody, all 15, lock in their dates, everything else is Airbnb. And sure, you can change your dates as long as there's availability. But the fact of the matter is that's what we're going to be doing, just so people can actually use their time. So let me give you an idea of what's happening. This is also in preliminary. So just so you guys get it, because again, there's going to be lots of things going on. But all right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little something, something. Okay, look at what I found, though. A little something, something. Speaking of a little something, something. Check this out. This isn't the contract, though. But remember when I was talking about the Wyndham payout stuff? There it is. This is a W-9 I had to send over. I'm working for Jason, submitting a check request for your payment I need you and whoever else on the list of the check as a payee, fill out the attach and provide us with the address where we should send the check. The form which should be fairly straightforward. I found the check one. I just didn't find the contract. This is July 2018, so that's when my payout was. It wasn't 2018. Yeah, they sent me a check to go away so I don't compete with them doing what I was doing. And the rest of the fellas were doing. Some other guys were even more big time than me. But together, we were doing serious damage as far as them guys not being able to rent to on Expedia and all these things. So they weren't loving that at all. And they changed their rules, by the way. That's why Wyndham's rules, if you own it, Wyndham properties and have points, there's a reason it's restrictive. It's because of what we were taking advantage. Like, for instance, you could book a year in advance with the Wyndham points back in the day, up until 2018. And when you got within, what was it, 14 or 15 days, you could cancel. And then so it'd be like right now, it could be like, what is it, 11 p.m. at night? Like right now, you wait for another couple of hours. Nobody's up late night worrying about making reservations. So what you would do is, let's say you had 5 units or 10 units reserved. You would release them, but those points, it used to cost you, let's call it 100,000. All right, 100,000 each. So let's say you had 10 units. All right, so that's 1,000,000 points that you would have had tied up. But whenever you can reserve 14 days or less, I believe that was the date, or was it 30? But anyhow, whatever it was, 14 days or less, it's half. So it would go down to 500,000. So what would happen is late night, the rooms get released. You just rebook it for half. So what did they do? First things they did was when you release it, it doesn't come back immediately. That's one of the changes they did. They also changed it to where I think it's you no longer can, if you already had it reserved, I don't think they'll allow you to get half. So that's some of the changes that they did. And actually that hurts everybody, right? Because if you were 14 days or less, all owners would get half price. But now they trying to change everything up. And I don't think it's half anymore, but maybe there's somebody that owns Wyndham points. But anyhow, that's the type of stuff that we were doing. And the reason why they got, why that's affecting them is because first you lock the units. And if you start talking about 10, 15, 20, I just remember one year when between me and 3 other people, we had like at Avenue Plaza, we had like 40 to 60 units reserved just for us. And so you got to understand what's happening during Mardi Gras. They charge, I can't remember. I think they charge for studio units $359 a night or something. So here we are renting our units to people for $299 a night, $249 a night. And because we have so many points and we get them at the right prices and everything, and it literally only cost us maybe $600 a week. So we're charging $250 to $299, $1,800, $1,200, $1,300 per room. So you start adding it up in profits, and you got like 10 rooms. You're looking at 13 G's, right? So they were like unhappy because they're like they can rent out everything, but they charge $349, $399. So they're looking at all that $2,000 per week, $2,400 per week that they're missing out on, plus parking fees. So that's when they came up with their brilliant plan. We got to. It's so how it all started was the big boys who own millions of points. They blocked their ownership. They couldn't reserve. They just blocked them. Boom. You can't use your points no more. These people pay, I don't even know, maybe like $50,000 annually in maintenance fees. It's crazy what they were doing. I wasn't big time like them. I still had a lot of units though. I had little stuff I was doing. If you can find an Avenue Plaza right to use week, that's the most valuable week, which probably you won't be able to find. But if you can find a Avenue Plaza in New Orleans right to use week, here's why it's valuable. In their right to use organization, you get to get an additional week by paying the maintenance fee. So you basically get two weeks a year. You just have to pay the maintenance fee for your extra right to use week. Unbelievable. And nobody even knew that. So I owned 6 or 7 weeks there. So I got 14 weeks a year. Think about that, how powerful that is. And in New Orleans, there's about 14, well, not really. There's probably about 8 weeks that you want, right? There's jazz, there's Mardi Gras, there's the bowl game week. There's also the football game at the end of November, early December. There's Essence Festival in July. There's the Halloween Festival. So what is that, 6, 7, 8? Yeah, there's 6 or 7 places that taken advantage of. And those are the dates that you can charge people. Like I said, you'll get roughly 1,800 night, 1,500, because most people wouldn't stay 7 nights. It'll be 3, 4 nights. But that's even works in our favor even better because it takes less points, or you get to split your weeks. So if you own the right to use week, you can go 3 nights and 4 nights on the weekend. Talk about awesome, because weekend is the most expensive. And during Essence Festival, you want Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Prime time, $300 a night. 4 nights, $1,200. You still have 3 more nights. Times 9, $2,100 for a week that costs you $628. Do that 10 times. Essence Festival. That's a lot of money, right? And a lot of money that's not in the pockets of Wyndham. And now people paid less than Wyndham, and us guys are making money off of Wyndham, and they're like, no. We got to stop this. We got to stop this. All right, enough about Wyndham. I have to have a little fun with those guys. So anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, Instavid. I keep calling it Instavid AI. If you're interested in that, after watching this video, I suggest you contact Oscar, the OG, Oscar Garcia, at info@instavidai.com. Put in the title, subject line, SSN Nation. Tell them I want the equity. I want the Mr. Wonderful deal. I want the SSN Nation deal. Bring your duffel bag of cash, just a little bit of it. Bring it and talk with him. All right. You guys don't want to miss this opportunity, because as soon as they update this next week, I'm actually going to use it just for some of the Q&As from the lawyers, from Johan's videos, from Glenny Hachicuevas videos, when they actually talk about immigration, when they actually talk about real estate, and when they're talking about real estate and deals in the Dominican Republic, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. And I'm going to use some of their videos. I'm going to ask the question. They're going to answer it. And now we can share it, right? And there's so much misinformation that I've seen on Instagram where people are telling people, oh, you get properties tax-free, and they're arguing with me. I'm just like, you don't get no tax-free. You get up to 160,000, actually it's up to 170,000. You don't have to pay taxes. But once you go past 170, meaning if you bought the property for 200, you're going to pay the difference, 30,000. You're going to have to pay your 1% property tax. And they say, no, you can't do that. I'm just like, what do you mean? Do you have an attorney in the DR? So that's why I want to help this out, because people are getting misinformation. And so when they see an actual attorney that they can call and get in contact with saying exactly what I'm saying, there's no dispute. You can't have somebody else saying other stuff. They'll tell you straight up, this is what it is. So somebody starts talking about immigration, and you can get immigration just by owning property. No, you can't. That's not how it works. All right. You can become an investor like what I'm doing with the SRL. But again, there's rules. You got to have X amount of money. Your company, you would have had to invest X amount of money. So you still, there's other things to it. You just can't buy property and get residency. You can't buy a business and get residency. It's not that easy. So again, that's what I'm going to be using this Instavid AI for, amongst my own things, of course. But that is my thing too. And I'll be promoting Conopas America and all that when I do the videos, and it's going to be fun, right? But now it's going to be quicker, a lot faster, and potentially a moneymaker. All right. So I missed this right here with YieldMax ETFs. I'm buying more shares. Yes, you're going to be buying more shares. I went on a buying spree on 12/6 myself, which was December 6th, because that was the cutoff date for this monthly payout for dividends with TSLY. So yes, I loved it. I was like, wait, I got paid, because I didn't know if they would give it to me, because that was the declare date when you found out 12/6 that they were giving out 61 cents a share. But because it wasn't the ex-dividend date, was the next date, I got credit and they added me in on, because I got the 6th instead of the 7th, wouldn't have happened. So that was pretty awesome. So once again, that got me a little excited. I was doing a buying spree myself on the 6th, which I knew it was 61 cents, like you said. And I'm glad to hear this. And a reinvest, because I do automatic reinvest, because I'm like, there's no reason to take the money out. If I have 100 shares and I just got $61. The stock was roughly $11, let's say. So now another 5 shares added. Next month, if they do 60 cents again, let's just say, now I made more money. So it just keeps going. And I don't have to put any more money in, but I am. Let's just get real. I'm looking for something else right now. That's right. Exactly. Brian P. was saying on Friday, I believe it was, that he bought some more. And he already has like 4,000 shares on YieldMax ETFs. And he's into KLIP. He's into ARLP. He's into a few. Those are stock symbols, ladies and gentlemen. In case you don't know, everybody on podcast, you listening? All right. Everybody on podcast, you listening. So don't miss out. We've given you plenty of opportunities. That's why this is called Stop Struggling Now. You get opportunities that can affect you immediately. I posted something today on Instagram and some of the social media. I posted, let me show you this right here. This is old school. This is a problem, quite frankly. Let me show this picture. I'll do where's Instagram at? Let me go see if I can pull this up real quick. Where is it? I want to show you something. All right. Look at this right here. Look at this. Compound interest. Do you understand what we're talking about with TSLY, OARK? As long as these guys are around. See this right here at the bottom? This is what the problem is right here. Starting at age 18 and investing into a mutual fund that returns 10% a year, a $500 per month contribution turns into $4,778,747 by the age of 62. Okay. Now, first of all, most of the time, being 18 years old and being able to put $500 per month into a contribution, otherwise, let's just call it a black hole that you don't need to take out, don't need to spend, that's highly unlikely. Most of the time, you're trying to learn a craft, a skill, do something. Yeah, you might have a job like me, and then you might invest like me. But I wasn't able to invest $500 per month. Come on, let's get real. But the fact of the matter is, do you see the longevity, the length of time? 18 to 62. Are you serious? You'd be 40. That's 44 years at 10%. Are you serious right now? I'm like, okay, first off, the reason why I talk a lot different than a lot of people is because let's just go with the number one thing. You're taking for granted that at 62, that you're first still going to be alive. Second, if you are alive, you're taking for granted that you're not going to have any health issues along the way, no financial stresses or problems along the way in over 40 years. Okay, let's just say you passed the first two hurdles. The second or the third hurdle is always you don't know how much it's going to cost 40 years from now. So we don't know if 4.7 million 40 years from now, I don't know what it's going to be. All I know is homes already cost $1 million. So I don't know about all that. So those are the first three problems that I see, and I've always looked at it that way. You don't know if you're going to live until 35, 55, 65, 75, 85. You don't know. So you're gambling that you're going to go through 44 years of being successful and being able to put $500 per month into a black hole waiting on your 10% annual return. Also, let's go with number 4. The 10% annual return, I don't know if I'm going to get that. Just because I get it this year, next year, the third year, fourth year doesn't mean the fifth and sixth year, because there is no cut and dry 10% unless you have dividend funds like Warren Buffett has done for 40 years, 50 years. You lock in your dividend funds and the companies still pay out dividends and they go up in value, i.e. Coca-Cola, for instance. You know, he's drinking the Coca-Cola. That's fine because the stock he bought it at was probably $50, $25. Split a couple times, pays a little dividends. So he's winning. But that's about the only way. It has to be a progressive company that splits stocks, who increases their dividends like AT&T used to do for 50 years. They increased their stock values increased, plus their dividends, they increased them every year up until about, 4 years ago or 3 years ago. So again, you don't know about the 10% return. You can't guarantee that. Nobody can. So the only way you guarantee it is you buy into a very stable company, if there's such a thing these days. Yeah, Coke, Pepsi, and all those with all the distributions and all the companies they own, yes. McDonald's, fine. But the point I'm trying to get at is obtaining 10% from safe companies is hard to do. All right, that's the other thing. But 44 years, that timeline needs to shrink. You guys have been paying attention. We're sending money over to 2 war zones, if you want to call them war zones. Where do you think that money's coming from? It's not coming out of my pocket. It's not coming out of the taxpayers' money's pocket. It's not coming out of the billionaire pockets. It's coming out of nobody's pockets. They're printing it out of thin air. By printing it out of thin air, spending billions of dollars, that means inflation cannot be denied. I've been talking about this for 5 years. This inflation thing is no problem. It's going to happen. When they reduce the interest rate this next time, which should be, since they didn't do it in December like I was predicting, and they didn't increase it like I was trying to predict as well, but I knew it wasn't going to happen. If they do this in 3 months, which is where I'm guessing this is going to go, that means everything starts skyrocketing. And you can call it inflation, or you can just call it the old-fashioned thing, the cost of living. And that cost of living means the rich are going to borrow other people's money, and they're going to buy up everything they can. And those who can't own anything, who do not have assets, they're going to charge you whatever they want. Just what happened during the pandemic when the rental rates went up 30, 40, 50% because you didn't own it. You didn't put yourself in a position. Now you have another chance to put yourself in positions with real estate, stocks, and investments in the startups. What better way can you do it? And we're not talking, you don't need hundreds of thousands of dollars. You don't even need $10,000. So let's get real. Ordinary citizens. you got a shot at being special. All right. I'm not going to live forever. I'm not going to be doing these things forever. You guys got to take advantage. 5 years I've been on here. All right. So just keep in mind, you guys have an opportunity right now on several different fronts. And I don't know what to tell you at this point. It's Christmas time. Don't go out here buying all these liabilities when you should be putting it into assets, because these assets can pay you monthly. It's like stocks. Your assets, buying into a business or buying a business, that's an asset because you know it's returning money in your pocket. What I'm about to buy for Christmas is going to make you feel good, make me feel good, but it's not an asset because it's going to be a liability. It's going to be sent to somebody. They're going to either use it or not use it, wear it, not wear it. And it's no return of your money. Wasting your credit card ammunition, wasting your bank account ammunition for liabilities is foolish in this era entirely. All right. In 2024, I am strictly going on asset buying spree. So just to give you an idea, assets pay us. There's no such thing as we're going to buy a home and call that an asset these days. Your insurance premiums, your property taxes, just for starters, is no guarantee. And there's definitely no guarantee that it's only going to be $200 a month. All right. Those are going to go up. So just keep all this in mind while you're playing around this holiday season and spending thousands of dollars because it's Santa Claus. And by the way, Santa Claus is not real. The three wise men, they only brought things that people could use if you believe in the story and fairy tale. And if you don't, well, then you do realize Jesus wasn't born December 25th. I'm just saying. There's no Easter Bunny either. New Year's is just a calendar date. Thanksgiving. What's that? The Pilgrims ran into Plymouth Rock and the Indians helped them out. And so then they slaughtered the same people that helped them out, right? But you still celebrate that and you're going out buying turkeys. You're going out using that as a holiday again. 4th of July, another holiday. You're going out barbecuing. You're having parties, right? It's to get your money. You're out here buying liabilities. You should be buying assets. And sooner or later, the OCs, us, you're not going to be able to buy assets unless you have assets to buy those assets. You're going to run out of money. The top 10 percenters, we ain't run out of money because we have assets already. So we can always make more money. Once you have no assets, you can't make more money unless you work for somebody else. So now you have to set yourself up so you have equity or you control assets that give you money every month. You can't keep doing this liability thing. You can't have 60+% of the population not have $500 in their bank account. You can't have 70% of the population not have $1,000. That just tells you how dire, and those numbers are from 2021. They haven't released the numbers for 2022 and 2023 yet because I'm pretty sure they're higher. All right. How are you going to tell your population that 75% of the population doesn't have $1,000 in the bank account? How are you going to tell your population that 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10%? How are you going to tell the population that the wealth inequality gap is getting wider? How are you going to keep telling people that the top 10%, or better yet, the top 1% made over $1 trillion during the pandemic era? They didn't lose money. They price gouged us. That's all. They had no problem price gouging us in the name of it's inflation. But you bought it or didn't you? If you're here in the SSN Nation, you weren't buying the price gouging because we're talking about buying assets the whole time. pre-construction properties, no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. You can get in. Are you? Other opportunities have come up. The latest one is Instavid Ai. You can get equity. You can get a Mr. Wonderful deal right now because you're here in the SSN Nation. Are you going to take advantage or try? If you don't, I understand. Investing and putting money into something that may not work is always, you know, the thing. It may not work. So why put money in? I get it. But again, you have to take risks because you're not going to be able to wait 44 years to find out how much it's going to cost you to live 40 years from now. You really going to take that risk? What you need to get is assets that you know. So for instance, you guys know that I showed you right there was a little email that just showed you they're looking to pay me. But that's just one set of the empire, right? So I didn't just own with Wyndham. That's why I was like, okay, cut me a check. You can have all my Wyndhams. Yeah. And I can't buy Wyndhams anymore. I can't buy any Wyndham properties. So we can't do business, which I'm not salty or anything. That's just the contract that I actually signed. I can't buy Wyndham timeshares, Wyndham condos, Wyndham nothing. Me and Wyndham can't do business. I think I'm restricted for life, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to do business with them. So I'm restricted, or shall I say they're restricted for life regardless. I'm not going to find out either way. I'm not signing up for any Wyndham nothings. But there's other companies. There's several others. So I still have assets in other companies that I can still create money out of thin air in reality, because that's basically what it is when you have assets. You just have to have people coming to use your product. And once they come to use your product, then you get to charge them in high demand. So I'll give you a perfect example. F1 races came to Las Vegas in November. November's like low season. You're never able to charge people nothing, hardly. But because the F1 was there, a 2-bedroom, $659, $699, I can't remember. It was 600 and something per night for a 2-bedroom because it's by the Sphere to boot. And the F1 races were going. 4 nights. 4 nights. People are paying like $2,400. That's incredible. So if you have 1, if you have 2, if you have 3 units and somebody's paying you that type of money for 3 or 4 nights, and it's only costing you maybe, I can't remember what it cost. I think it cost, let's see, probably 700, I think it was. 700. I think you'll spend 700 to make a revenue number of 2,200. So we're talking about 15. It was 1,500 per. Profits. Thin air profits. So as long as you can book high demand, great. 2-bedroom or even 1-bedroom. 1-bedroom, I think was 1-bedroom was $399 on Wednesday and Thursday, $469 on Friday and Saturday. So that 4 nights was what was that? 916. Okay. Anyhow, 1,1700. It was 600 or 700 total. So it was like a G per 1-bedroom in profits. So now you're understanding that you have 1-bedrooms, you have 2-bedrooms, you have more than one. So that's exponentials that I've always talked about. You want more than one asset. So if you can get more than one. So when we talk about Instavid AI, and you can actually get a Mr. Wonderful deal with equity, with payback, first in, first out payback, and keep equity, and you can be in the sharing of it, 2 ways to make money with the same product. If you're a user, 3 ways to make money with the same product. Exponentials, you're stair-stepping. So you're sitting there using the same devices that you have, the same assets you have, but you're able to make money several different ways. and you can make money when it best suits you. So like, for instance, I'm not renting. I'm not even dealing with January 1st, January 8th, January 9th weekend, January 16th weekend in Las Vegas or Hawaii. Why would I? No, the only dates we care about is the 23rd through the 30th. That includes Christmas week, when all the kids and families are generally out of school. They can reserve the 23rd through the 30th, and then the 29th or 30th through New Year's. Prime time weeks where people are going to spend $500-$600 a night for a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. 2-bedroom at Star Island. Star Island in Orlando. Nothing special. Maintenance fees. What are they? $1,100, I think. New Year's week. $3,400 for the week. It's fixed, so don't have to worry. But it's fixed, right? Wouldn't you like to have that type of thing, high demand, which is why we talk about Punta Cana. Reason I'm saying this is why we talk about Dominican Republic and an all-time record. I just dropped a video today. January through November 30th, all-time tourist record. With next year, they're going to break this year's record. This is a new record this year. They're going to break the record next year too. Shouldn't you put yourself in position by buying a piece of property that is no credit check, no qualifying? And now you control something where you know thousands of tourists are coming. Next year, the year after, they have projects that are going to take 8 to 15 years to finish. Downtown Punta Cana is going to take 8 to 10 years to finish. And that's barring any disasters from weather. But that's what it's going to take. You can buy in right now at rock bottom prices. Rock bottom, yeah, 3 years ago was rock bottom. But you still have opportunities right now. 120,000, 150,000, 200,000 is still inexpensive for an area that's going to have, Punta Cana is going to have like over 100,000 people every week coming there in 2 years, 2025. That's when they're going to break the 2024 record. They'll have 5.2 million. They already have after this month that landed at the Punta Cana airport, 67% out of the 4.1 million. I'm sorry, that's not the right number. They're up to 7.1, I think it is. 7.1. So in fact, I didn't even do this because I'm going to be making a video about this. Listen to me very carefully. I think it was 7.1 million, right? 67% of all air passengers came through Punta Cana Airport. So that's 67%. That equals 4.7 million. Do you hear me, ladies and gentlemen? 4.7 million means we are in is this week 50 or week 49? But either way, let's just call it we're in week 50. Yes, we are in week 50. Week 51 is going to be next week, 23rd to the 30th. So that means, yeah. So we're in week 50. We're close. That means already that is like 98,000 per week on average coming to the Punta Cana airport. This month, they're going to add another. In fact, you know what? That's including 11 weeks. So they're already at 100,000 per week average. Next week, after this month passes, they're going to have 700,000 people. So that will be 5.4. All they need is 500,000 tourists to come. They will average 100,000 tourists coming through their airport every week on average. Now, you know how it works. Starting next week until July or August, that's prime time now in the Dominican Republic. They will have over 100,000 because it starts going lower season after August. So it's September, October, November had lower numbers. If 680, 650,000 is lower numbers for coming to the Dominican Republic, sure. But the point I'm trying to make is you guys have every opportunity right now. You know the numbers. So they're going to have over 5.2 million. I guarantee they're going to pass 500,000 tourists in the month of December. It's going to happen. Don't even worry. But they're going to probably have 6. So they'll be at, they're going to have 5.2 easy. They'll be at 5. They're going to do close to 700,000. So I'll be conservative, 600. So they're going to have 5.4 million. All right. So we're going to add 7.1. We'll add 650. So we'll go up to 77. 7,700,000. All right. Times 67. If that holds up, I don't know if that will. That's 5.1 divided by 52. There we are. 99,211. That is the average over the year. You shrink that into November, October, and September being quote unquote low seasons. That means during high season, you have to compensate. So the other 9 months easily is going to add 20,000 per week. So you're going to be at 120,000 on average this year. Now, all those people that are lucky enough to have a villa, a townhome, a condo, 1 bedrooms, whatever, studios, who's ever lucky enough to have those, you will be able to get decent rents. You'll get your 1%. You will have your 12% and higher rate of ROI. All right. You'll be able to get it because you bought the place cheap enough. So just keep that in mind. We got into the Invista, but this is this is investing. You worry about your return on investment. It's not that hard. The reason why it's hard is you try to put a round peg in a square hole. You go, oh, hey, I think I want to buy a condo in the Dominican Republic and rent things out, but I'm going to pick a place in Santiago. And I'm like, why? Well, I can buy a place for $99,000 over there and I'm all good. And I think I'm going to do an Airbnb, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, look, the number 1 airport where people land at is Punta Cana. The numbers show 67% apparently this year. The number 2 airport is Santo Domingo at 26%. There's only 7.7 million people that has flown into the Dominican Republic this year. So start doing the numbers. If 67% are land at Punta Cana and 26% are landing over here at Santo Domingo, 26 and 67 is 93. 93% of everybody coming into the Dominican Republic are landing at Santa Las Americas Airport or Punta Cana Airport. That leaves 77% for the rest of the island. So again, why are you investing in Santiago? That makes no sense. Unless, of course, you want to invest over there and don't care about your return on investment. But you should find yourself where the higher rate of visitors are coming versus not coming. Or you have to do something like Pedernales or Samana. But the only reason you're going to invest over there is because you know they're bringing in 5-star hotels. So you won't make money, but your place won't be built for 2 or 3 years. So then they will be a place to be, but you're putting yourself in position. Santiago is not a place you're going to be putting yourself in position to getting a great return. You can get 10% returns, but here in the SSN Nation, I try to get you guys to understand we want 20. We want 20% returns. All right. We want 2% on our money. We just don't want 1%. That keeps us in the low teens. We want 2%. So if you buy something for $100,000, you want to make sure $200 per night and up is a thing. And a lot of you are able to buy stuff for 120, 100,000, 130, you will be getting $250, $260, $300 per night. So keep that in mind. That's how you think about when you're investing in companies, even in anything. You got to go look at the numbers. You can't be shy, but I help you out with that. Dominican Weekly, I drop every month. I dropped the Dominican tourist numbers so everybody can see it's growing. They can see the prediction that I've been telling you that they're going to break the all-time records every month this year. It's happened. Just like I'm predicting and telling you now, every month next year, they're going to break the record. If you watch the Dominican Weekly, you'll understand why they're going to break the record. I mentioned this earlier. More airlines, more records. More cruise ships, more people, instead of wanting to stay on the island for 7 hours or 5 hours, what are they going to do? They're going to jump on a plane and go, I love this place. I'm going to hang out here. I'm going to take vacation there. So that's a double-edged sword. It's a combination. You get off the cruise ship, crew, that's great. I'm glad they're breaking all-time records because those cruise people, they're going to actually come and stay on the island. I love it. And the fact they have 7 cruise ports on the island and they're breaking records for cruises means more airlines, more cruises, more flights from the central on the islands, more flights from Central America, more flights from South America, more flights from the United States. And when they do the open skies, which should be next year, in case you don't understand, open skies, what that means is it's a deal and a partnership where they don't have to pay that much in taxes that they're paying now. And that also means that there'll be more airlines will be coming. And now, can you imagine $175 round trip, $140 a round trip from middle America onto the East Coast from all the major airports? Can you imagine what starts happening? People are going to be like, oh, hell yeah. And don't let the last lever fall in Dominican Republic. They started talking about treating it like it's freaking Puerto Rico. Okay, what I mean by that? No passport? Don't let that happen, making it like how Mexico used to be. Because if they do that, the record's going to be off the charts. Okay, they'll be breaking records every year for the next 10 years. All right. And as soon as they get up to the magic number of 10 million tourists by air, which I anticipate will be 2025, and if they still hold that 60%, that means 6 million passengers will be coming through the Punta Cana airport. Can you imagine? That's insane. 150,000 people every week on average landing at Punta Cana airport. And you don't think you should have a business over there? You don't think you should have some sort of business? I don't care if you call it real estate. I don't care if you call it whatever, a restaurant, bar, nightclub. I don't care, whatever you want to do. You need to consider Dominican Republic as a spot. Okay, we're going to wrap this up. It's midnight. The clock is struck on a Saturday Night Live. I want to thank all of you for being here. So I want to thank you so much for that. I love you guys very much. If you ever have any questions, hit me up in an email at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. Make sure you go over to some of our social media. Sign up for the newsletter down below at the bottom of the description box. Everybody on podcast, hey, find that link so you can check out the live stream. All right? Just keep that in mind. Here we go. Marlon Jordan, would you ever consider moving to the DR? Yes, I would. You know why? Marlon Jordan, you, me, and the rest of the SSN Nation know what's being built in the Dominican Republic. First of all, on the eastern coast, Punta Cana, Cap Cana, Santiago, Santo Domingo, La Romana, and all that, they are purposely trying to make that seem like you are in America. There will be a lot of updates. So, yes, I have no problem staying there. In fact, I have no problem staying there right now because I hang out in Los Corrales. All I have to do is walk out of Coral Village. La Bruja's right there. I ate at La Bruja every day. Checked everything on the menu. I love everything. One thing I didn't like was the dessert. I got a hot fudge something. The hot fudge thing was nothing. They don't make it. So it was on the shelf. But everything else, the dinners, 5-star. I walk up the street less than 100 yards away. You have another choices on other places to restaurant. You have nightclubs. You have, I shouldn't say nightclub, but lounge, but people are dancing and singing, DJs. Less than 100 yards away from Coral Village 1 and 2. At Coral Village 1 and 2, you have sushi restaurant, Italian restaurant, La Bruja, fine dining, and 2 steak places, Trebol, and I don't know the name of the other one. You had Gelato, you had Quicksilver from the iCal family. Saul iCal, what's up, man? Hopefully you're doing good on the Big Island. Hit me up. I haven't been over to the Big Island in a while. We got to hang out. We got the beach. If you love the beach, it's less than a 5-minute walk. It's definitely not 5 minutes, but it's 4 minutes. You just walk straight down the beach. The grocery store is also less than 100 yards away. Right there. The pharmacy where you can get antibiotics, which you have to have a doctor prescription in America. You don't in the DR. You can buy the antibiotics over the counter. So you go to the pharmacy. And then even if you like playing slot machines and things like that, they do have a casino right down there in Los Corrales. It's upstairs, but hey, the 365 Beach Club, if you like that type of atmosphere, which is nice and it's cool to hang out there, they have that there. Soleil's Beach, which I played on. Let me see if I have Soleil's Beach here. No. I'll add that. So come back on Monday night. I'll be playing the Soleil's Beach where our own Gwen, DJ Wangle. Yes, DJ Wangle. That's Gwen's alter ego. He was on the mic on the Wheels of Steel at Soleil's Beach Bar, and it's on the beach. Villa Blanca also on the beach. Music, dancing, fun and games. All of that is within, well, that takes about a 10-minute walk to get to Villa Blanca and Soleil's Bar. But so what? You're walking, you can go by beach or you can walk down the street and get there. And again, you're walking past restaurants, shops, nightclubs, all that. All this stuff is within 5 minutes, really. But if you go to Soleil's Bar or beach by walking, it'll take you about 7-8 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. But it's all 10 minutes. I mean, what the heck? Having a little fun. And you don't have to pay to go to the beach bars to get in like they do, like Nikki Beach. I always say at Miami, you got to pay to get in and all that crazy nonsense sometimes. So none of that. It's pretty cool. So when he says, would I ever consider moving there? Hey, Marlon, Jordan, why do you think I'm going to have a penthouse at Larimar? Why do you think I'm trying to get that penthouse? I'm in negotiations. Because all the penthouses are sold out. But I'm in negotiations for a penthouse because somebody said they have more than one. And that's 1,932 square feet. That's what I need. All right. Then I can live there. But I have other things going on with houses as well, which I'm probably going to talk about in the coming week. I guess I might as well talk about this since you're here. And by the way, it was nice talking with you on the phone too. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure and an honor to speak with Marlon Jordan. He's over there trying to make get his piece of the pie, make sure it works out. So that was great, man. Nice to hear your voice and speak with you briefly. So the thing is, we're talking about 3,000 square foot homes. We're talking about master bedrooms that measure 19 by 17. I've seen the designs. I'm only going to tell you about this, but it's not available yet, which is interesting. They're charging $1,800 a square foot inside Vistacana. And by rights, it should be $2,500 or so. But there's $1,800 per square feet or per square meter. So that makes it $180 per square. So it's $480,000. But you have a 3,000 square foot villa on a 6,000 square foot lot. Actually, it's 7,000. And it's on a quiet street. Nothing, no amenities because you live at Vistacana, you have all the amenities, but 3,000. So downstairs, a master bedroom that takes up the whole side. It's crazy. They have a second master upstairs. So you have 2 masters, whether you want to hang out upstairs or downstairs. So that's 2. They have a third bedroom which is something like 16 by, well, no, 14 by 11, I think he said. I actually have it. I'm just not going to show it. In fact, I could show something. Let me see. Here's what, let me see if I have the outside. I'll show you what the outside looks like. Let me see. Let me see if I actually have it. Dang it. I don't have it. Oh, yeah. Another SSN Nation member in the house with Nestor. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He's there right now, checking out property. Let's see here. Let me see if I have the picture. No, I guess you guys. Oh, wait. Let me see. When was I there? You guys are out of luck. Not going to get it. I knew though where one picture is because I had to send it over to the wife. Here's one picture I should have that I can show you. At least I thought I sent it. Oh, I didn't. What? Wait a minute. I did send it over to her. Well, unfortunately, you guys won't get to see this masterpiece. This is a design that has the kitchen, has the living room, dining area, and kitchen all in open space. 3,000 square feet. Might even be a little more, but anyhow, it cost $486,000. Fully built, lot, nice, Vistacana. It's huge. It's huge. Very nicely built. They have a maid's room as well. So there's 4 bedrooms. And okay, I won't get into the maid. The maid's is actually like a bedroom. It's not a normal like 7 by 10 spot or 7 by 8 space. So very nice. So once again, there you go. Hey, Eric, let's get the new SSN airline started. Brian P. I can't be in the airline biz, man. I really, that's high risk. High risk. Subsidies are needed. No airline biz, but I hear you, man. We got the new SSN airline started it. You got that right. We starting it. SSN Lifestyle, SRL, if the government gives me that name. We're in. It's happening. And we'll be talking about starting a business. Who am I going through? Glenny Hache Cuevas. She's done it. Everybody that has purchased or part of the SSN Nation, you guys get a special discount for creating your SRL. They're not cheap. Most lawyers are going to charge you $1,200 to $1,500 maybe. Let's just put it this way. It's less than $1,200. All right. And I'm not talking about $1,100 either. All right. Like I said, you guys got privileges that you don't realize. Oh, it ain't $1,000 either. All right. I'm just going to say, let's just call it. You might go, oh, it's 10% off. No, it's not 10. It's not 20. It's not 30. Do I get you a clue yet? All right. You guys have privileges that you don't realize you have. And you should be taking steps to put yourself in position because it's not costing you premium monies like it would cost other people. All right. But that's another story, another day. But that allows me to create anything I want. That allows you to create. Because if some lawyer is going to charge you $1,500, another lawyer says $1,300, and you get another lawyer that says $1,100 or less, all of a sudden it's costing you less to create the same thing that other people's may be deterred from. Because you're paying way less than other people. So now you're like, oh, hell yeah, I got to get this. And other people are going, well, I don't have that $1,500. I don't have that $1,600 right now. Maybe I'll wait. But waiting means opportunity cost. That means you don't get to join in. How many people came through Christmas and New Year's and came in January, February, and March during prime time? You could start putting your name on the market. What else do? You go over there. You start mingling with people. You find out, like me, by accident, a guy comes up. He's a driver for InDrive. All right. That's where drivers bid. So InDrive, when you're in DR, drivers bid, or shall I say, you tell them how much you want to pay to go to your destination. And then they can either send over they'll pay whatever. Let's say you put in 300 DOP, 300 Dominican pesos. Then people will send over. Maybe one guy will, and you have to accept. One guy will say 350. Another guy might say 450. Then finally, one guy will go 300 or 350. Then you accept whoever you want to accept. That's the guy coming. You just have to pay cash. That's it. Pay cash, fine. It's cheaper than Uber. So the Uber driver starts telling me, hey, you know about Margaritaville? Margaritaville is timeshare-like thing. I mean, our man here owns there. Victor Marrero on vacation. He owns there. And so he bought his cottage, which is nice. But again, they rent them out. They do all kind of things. They have all inclusives, things like that. But he works there, sells for Margaritaville. I tell him, wow, lucky day. He draws in drive. And he shows me his badge. It's Prestige Travel, I believe it is. I said, Prestige is actually the company that promotes Margaritaville to sign people up for ownership timeshares, partial ownerships, and things like that. So then I started telling him, well, this is interesting. I'm doing a right to use with a condo. I'm going to need some salespeople. And since you're used to this, this works out beautifully. As we start talking, he says, I'm in. I have another guy that says I'm in because I know another realtor that's and he wants me to actually put in his unit into the SSN Lifestyle little club that I'm talking about. I'm like, I don't know. Because the reason why I don't like, let's say, I just tell everybody, I don't like partners. What I mean by that is even though it's his unit and I could put it into the club environment, the problem is I don't control it. Just like Wyndham's talking, I don't control it. So the condo, everything that I have or acquire that the company has, I don't want to hear somebody tell me, hey, man, I can't rent this week, or I want out, or any of this crazy that could happen, because that happens. You know, it's New Year's, Christmas week. My guys picked it. You chose, we negotiated that this is how much we're going to pay you. And now just because you had somebody try to, that said they'll give you 1,000 more, you're going to be like, oh man, no, it's not available. We had problems, this, that, and the other. Now I got to run around trying to no, I don't want to deal with none of this. That's why I want to control it. So I might not be able to do this deal because I don't have control. And I know when it's my stuff, I know what I'm doing. Everything that's rebooked is booked. There's no reversals. Whereas if I don't control it, somebody can come up with excuses. And I don't need no excuses. All right. So that's all I'm saying. So, but another person still said, oh, yeah, I'll sell it for you. And I already told people, I'm like, I'm not giving you 3% for sales. Come on, 3% on 10,000. Come on, $300. Seriously? Seriously? Come on. That's not even worth waking up for. All right, come on now. So I said, we'll make it a little more attractive to you. So, it's not some stupid 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I said, I'm probably going to do better than that. So it's going to make, because they look, let me explain some things. They sell a property for $70,000. They split with the master broker, and these guys could end up with only $1,400, $100,000. 3% is 3 G's for the master broker, if that's what it is, or 4,000, right? But they got to pay 27% taxes on any of it. So the broker pays the his real estate agent. So let's just say the real estate agent gets 2%, $2,000, but the check that he gets is $540 less. So it's $1,430. So that's what they're dealing with over there. All right. So of course, I'm just like, you're going to make as much commission on a freaking $10,000 deal or $15,000 deal as you would if you were out here selling $100,000 deals. That's how crazy this is. I mean, it's going to be a little less than that, but nonetheless, that's what it is. It's crazy, crazy. So yeah, let's call it the takeover, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, Seamless Genius, she comes up with some brilliant ideas. So I'm hoping to get some a little bit. Here's Seamless Genius, Vanessa Comagate, ladies and gentlemen. She comes up with brilliant plans, brilliant ideas for business ideas. I mean, it's off the charts. Well, I come up with some stuff myself, but not as brilliant as hers. But I come up with takeover moves. I like controlling. I like moving in, getting my assets. Nobody can block me, because that's the key right there. When you're doing something, people try to block you. So my mind goes with so when I gave you the example where the guy wants to join me in the club by offering his place, and I'm just like, this is not set up for that, because I don't want to be blocked. So everything I'm doing is my control. It is not going to be blocked. Nobody can block me. The only people that can block me in any case would be an HOA, but they can't even block me. And you want to know why? Well, here's the situation. The company will be a company that's going to rent from the owner. So, as owner of the condo in any project, the HOA allows me to rent Airbnb, short-term rentals. It's allowed. So as far as they're concerned, Eric Bird, he has a guest coming. We give the information. Case closed. The club isn't involved. Eric Bird's the owner. That's who's renting it from. So that's how we keep it nice and easy. So if they come up with some new rules or try to do anything crazy, too bad, so sad. It's just renting on Airbnb. And by the way, for 15 weeks, owners will be able to stay there that's in the right to use. The other time, it's just Airbnb. Straight. That's why the maintenance fees are so low. Week annual dues are just going to be, like I say, $400. No reason to increase them. We're going to be renting it out. So we'll be making money anyhow. So that's why we can afford to give the owners who actually paid for their right to use week. That's why we can allow them to actually have the time to get their weeks. We're not going to block them out 7-8 months ahead, knowing full well most people don't make reservations 9 months out, 12 months out. That's crazy. Most people are like, hey, I got a vacation day. Can I get vacation this day? Maybe you can't. And so it's hard when you tell people, hey, you are guaranteed your week as long as you book it 12 months in advance or 11 months in advance or 8 months in advance. Otherwise, sorry. No, that's not fair. So like I said, we're going to, we might have things where we have incentives where you might reserve earlier, or it doesn't really matter, but I'm not going to do any 12 months in advance nonsense, because that's not how most people make their reservations. Things change over 12 months. Things change over 10 months. Things change over 6 months. So if somebody can lower the window and say, oh man, yeah, this would be kind of cool. Like right now, you'd be like, it's kind of cool. Let me see if Christmas or New Year's is available. But since there's only 3 people, Christmas and New Year's could be available. Of course, there would have to be an upgrade in the cost, but whatever. If you're not one of the Christmas or New Year's ownerships that paid the $15K but paid the $10, you're going to have to pay a little fee. But if we're talking like right now, and the owners already use like Holy Week, use like Thanksgiving week, that'd be 2 owners already. So that means one of the weeks during Christmas and New Year's is going to be open. I'm just saying. So, or the $15,000 guys might have just said, well, we're not going to use those premium weeks. We'll just come in March, because March, our kids, it's spring break. We'll let them use the place. Well, they got to be over. Well, yeah, they got to be 21 and over. But nonetheless, maybe they're 21 and over. But the point is, instead of that, some people are going to say it's spring week or family get together, family reunion is that time. So premium people might not even use the premium weeks, which now means things are going to get interesting for those people that didn't buy the premium weeks, because there will be a window that pops open that allows them to do it. And then they're going to pay an upgrade, but nonetheless, it's going to be sweet. So just giving you guys an idea. It's going down. It's going down either way. That's all I can say. Nobody can stop me. It's going down either way. If the government says, Eric, you can't have SSN Lifestyle, SRL, which is like an LLC. Sorry, you can't have that name. I'll have another name. But I'm still doing this. There's nobody that can stop me. It's all legal. I got lawyers. It's all good. I'm not even worried about none of that. Nobody can stop me because I can buy real estate. And it's in my name. And it's HOA has approved short-term rentals. So nobody can stop me. All right. I'm not doing it as I don't now. If the SSN Lifestyle did something stupid, like try to have an office in a residential neighborhood in the unit or something crazy like that, that's against all rules. So everybody knows you're not supposed to do that, right? You're not supposed to have a business in a residential neighborhood. That's just normal issues. So that ain't going to happen. So again, nobody's going to stop you. So when you put yourself in these positions, people start getting a little upset, especially if you're successful. So we're not going to be making big noise at first, but nobody else is going to be doing this either. And we know what's going to happen. I'll just tell you what's going to happen right now. Here's what's going to happen. So I'll give you a preview in case you want to get in on this later. It's not going to be out for about another, if things go well, SSN Lifestyle, this phase of it, where you'll be able to buy into and right to use other people, not maybe everybody watching now, but when it comes out, it's going to be less than two months. So February 15th, somewhere between end of January and the 15th of February, this is going to be a thing. It's happening. So what's going to end up happening is we'll start with 1, start with 3, and then people are going to start asking me the question. I want to put my unit in there, and again, I'm going to be like, sorry. So here's what's end up going to happen is, because I like jeopardy. So if I have to not have control, then I have to put the person in jeopardy. So what does that mean? Jeopardy means you want me to put your unit in this, you're giving me money. It ain't no fucking, excuse my language, it's no $500 either. All right? It's not $1,000 either. No. You're going to have to give up some money. Money. Like 5 G's yourself. Because if I hear no, that's just my little old pocketbook that gets to sit here and go, okay, what can I, if these people have to go to another location, what can I do? I think 5 G's covers it. So that's what I'm going to be charging, 5 G's. So that way, if somebody comes up with this, oh, we can't rent the week, yeah, I'm just going to tell them, okay. But at least the people that's coming and can't use the week there, I'm going to say, no worries. You guys, you're going to be staying at the all-inclusives, any one of these spots. That's what I'm going to do. If I don't have control, I'm just going to charge people some crazy number, and they're going to have to pay it, because if they do not uphold their end, I want to be able to make sure my guys are good. So anyhow, this is what I think about. So we'll see what happens. But in the next 45 days, I'll be forming that. I'll be involved with Instavid AI. I'm a part of that team, as he alluded to. I shall be signing my contract. Let's see. There's some stipulations that I need in there. But my contract with Instavid AI, I believe I should be signing it on probably Tuesday, if everything goes well. There's just some wording that I don't really like, but we'll see. All right. And oh, by the way, anybody that wants to be a part of the Mr. Wonderful deal, the SSN Nation deal over at Instavid AI, I suggest you check the contract to the agreement, because I've seen it. And if there's something you don't understand or don't agree with, let me know, or let Oscar know, but let me know too. Because again, I want some changes. I'm pretty sure you're going to have the same type of contract, but I need some information. All right. So again, I've already sent, I've invested $1,000 or put $1,000 in, just to let you know, just for starters. I also have brought a couple of people in to talk to him. So speaking of that 20% portion, yeah, I like the equity too, but I also want some of that 20% portion. Reason why? It's going to cost people to be involved. If some influencer comes with Instavid and they pay, like, let's say the $12.99 package, right? What you're not understanding, there's more to this. If the influencer or person that's rich and famous and people want to share it and they start charging them, they might bring in, let's just say $100,000 in a year. You get a piece of that. You understand this, right? You have several avenues here that you could actually have money coming in for a very long time until the next iteration of whichever technologies that's going to come out from 5 to 10 years from now. But for 4 to 5 to 6 years, with the ability of these guys, because they're programmers, to always adapt, you could have a 6 to 10 year run of premium stuff here where you have money coming in that we call, and I'm calling, royalties. All right. Passive income, by the way. And imagine if you set up 1, 2, 3 and somehow got 3 or 4 people involved that were major into social media and using the service and charging people, and you get pieces of this. Just like if you're in the movies and you're an executive producer and you have back-end deals, when it's played on Netflix, you're still getting paid. When it's played on Amazon, you're still getting paid. When it's played on HBO Stars, Cinemax, and all that, you're still getting paid. When it's played on TV, you're still getting checks. And then, heaven forbid, if there's a sequel, meaning another movie comes out, right? And that same actor is involved, the same directors are involved, the same movie studios are involved. Yeah, we still getting paid. Again. All right. So all I'm saying is you have potential here, ladies and gentlemen, that you won't realize. So some of you may get it, some of you may not. But all I'm saying is for a little bit of money, I would think about getting involved. And if you don't have the money, then I'd think about getting involved as referrals, because that's going to end up being pretty major as well. So it's a win-win no matter how you slice. But put in the title when you send them an email, SSN Nation. All right. Then he'll know, because he gets tons of emails a day. And here's the information: info@instavidai.com. info@instavidai.com. Go over there right now. Make sure you send them SSN Nation and want to find out about some of the opportunities. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I kind of use code words. I've kind of explained it. But again, I don't, I'd rather you talk to him privately, and that way you understand the full scope of the situation. And then you start thinking, damn, this could be the one. We say that about all of our investments, right? This could be the one, the big, big one. But like Mark Cuban says, all you need is one, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you need. If you can get more than one, I've been lucky enough to get more than one, I got to admit. But I've had a lot of L's over, more L's in the last like 4 years or 5 years in my whole lifetime, quite frankly. But that's because it's a new era. What you used to do 30 years ago or 25 years ago, you don't do now. So just because you were great at what you did 20 years ago in this one area, it doesn't work now because the technology is different. Just because you're making millions at Airbnb, you still can do it, but there's so much more competition. That's the difference. You go from 2,000 hosts to millions. That changes the amount of money that you're going to be able to make it. And then they change the rules in cities and states and counties, blocking it, banning it, making you have to sign up for stuff. So again, that changes the landscape. So what you used to be able to do, you can't do now. So what do? You sell courses. I got to play with somebody right now. Yeah, you know, you used to do Airbnb, but now you're on Grant Cardone and you're making videos talking about buy my book, Airbnb.com, or whatever the hell that damn book is called. I used to do it, but I ain't done it in 5 to 10 years now. And he never really made money at it probably either. We don't even know. He don't even have any verification of any money. Go look at my Airbnb videos if you can find them, because they're shadow banned. In the Airbnb videos I made, I actually show my 1099 forms. All these guys out here that talk about they do Airbnb, guess what? Airbnb pays you. First of all, let me talk some mess right now. I'm going to be on here talking mess all night because it's a Saturday Night Live. It's midnight. It's party time. Let's just put it this way. Airbnb pays 1099s. Doesn't matter if you have a business and you're using the IN. They still pay 1099s. So we have people here on YouTube talking about how much they make on Airbnb. That's real nice. That's cute. But none of them that I saw of people that made videos ever showed their 1099s. Now, I showed mine. What they did was they took you to a different website to show you how much they allegedly made on some sort of dashboard of something. I'm like, where's the 1099s? Show the 1099s. I show mine. 1 year it said 349,000. Another year it said 200 and some thousand. Another year it said 400 and some thousand. In 3 years, the threes that I showed, which was actually that was 2 years ago probably. Those were some 3 or 4 years before that. So that was 2016, 2015, something like that probably. I showed 3 1099s, 1 million plus revenue. Verifiable. Not some dashboard, not some BS nonsense. Didn't go on Grant Cardone's show talking about I made millions of dollars. None of that BS. I didn't write books, and I still haven't written books to sell courses to you because I don't do this, right? You only sell books and courses when you don't really do this, because that's the only way you're going to make more money, because it's hard work when you're doing the real work. So that's why I have to mess with these guys. I wish I could remember this guy's name, man. Airbnb something. Damn. Anyhow, it just makes me sick when I see these people out here trying to jack you guys all the time, paying $4 or $5 grand, go buy this, go buy that, when in fact they don't tell you what to do. In reality, I told everybody about the Timeshare Nation. Then one of the guys on Airbnb, because of my video, people hit him up and they said, hey man, this guy Eric Burr is talking about he has a timeshare on Airbnb and he's renting them out, and he told us to go do that. He told them, no, you can't do that. I was like, what? That's crazy. So then I made another video jacking him about it. Next thing I know, dude makes a video and says, oh yeah, I gotta let you guys know yeah, I said you couldn't do timeshares on Airbnb. Yeah, you can actually do them. I was like, I know I can do them. They called me in 2012. Airbnb called me, like I told you guys before, when they were first starting out. They called me and said, hey, we understand you rent units. No longer on the bed, on the couch and sofa nonsense. Yeah, we understand you rent units out and got units. We understand you got 4 or 5 units. I said, really? Who'd you hear this from? They're like, well, somebody told us you had 4 or 5 units in Vegas or whatever it was. I said, yeah. So what's the deal? They said, well, how about if we charge you 3% for every booking? And I was like, 3%? I said, oh, wait, are you saying $1,000 that I make, you're only going to charge me $30? So I'm going to take home $970? Isn't your processing like 3.5% or 3.3% at least for your merchant processing account? Yeah, we plan on losing money for like 10 years. I can't remember their number, but anyhow, it was like we plan on losing money. I was like, okay, if you're really going to pay me 3%, send me over some paperwork. And by the way, I have more than 5. I have more than 10. I have more than 50. I have more than 100. They were like, what? What did you just say? I have 100 units that I can put on your Airbnb platform as long as it takes me to put on your Airbnb platform. So what? Is that going to be a week? Is that going to be 2 weeks? They're like, oh, no, ours is simple. You just load up some pictures. At the time, it was easy. Load up some pictures, make a description, put in the calendar days that are available. It was simple. So I loaded up like 50 to 75 units, all the hot spots: Orlando, Anaheim, Hawaii, Florida, New York, New Orleans, Scottsdale, Arizona, places like that, all the hot spots that people need to be during certain times of the year. They were in love with me for a long time. They were like, oh my God, are you serious? We need, and they're all condo hotels, timeshares, all of them. So Lake Tahoe, all of them. So they were happy as hell because it spanned over different areas of America and on islands. St. Martin, Nassau, Bahamas. Yep. Harborside at Atlantis with a free pass to Atlantis. All I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing the damn thing. So whenever anybody talks crazy, I do have a lot to say when these guys come out talking Airbnb nonsense. When they were telling people you should sublease, bad idea. All right? Go get a lease, then do Airbnb, sublease. No, bad idea. Sure, it turned bad. It turned sour. But I told people, don't do it. You're going to find yourself in a situation. Sure enough, it happened. So again, there's a lot of things. And the reason why I always like condo hotels when we were talking about Palace Suites, if you're going to go with Wyndham, there's one thing at least you have. You know that you can rent it out. It's that simple. You know it's short-term rental, even though they'll probably rent it out. But nonetheless, you know you can do short-term rentals. So you won't have a problem if you can actually rent it yourself. But at Palace Suites, I think it's a condo hotel. So you're not going to have that luxury. They're going to be renting it for you. You're going to have to take whatever deal they got for you. 35% they keep probably. I wouldn't be shocked if that's not the number, but that should be the number. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I went over time. It's midnight. All right. I just got back from the DR. We had a lot of fun. We're making things happen. I'll play a video. What did I play? And I'll even show people this one. This video right here is, we talk about timeshares. Let's talk about real estate. Real estate, a lot of people know I was landauction.com. I was talking about it for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. And then finally I found videos. Again, we didn't have social media back in the day, right? So we're talking about 2000, 2003, 2004. And I go to landauction.com. I buy, which is discount lots right now. That's the type of properties they had. So you have to go to the property, make sure it has water, sewer coming to the lot or the acreage. That's a starter. Electricity, all of that should be coming down there. If you can find that and on discount lots, which you should be able to because they basically almost have the same type of properties. You can imagine when they're holding a auction in LA and they have properties that are in Northern California, in fact, almost by the Oregon border, which you can't even fly there unless you fly to Eureka Airport. And that's a little county airport, so that's nothing major. You're going to have to spend $700-800 round trip. So, or land in San Francisco and take a 4 or 5 hour drive. Most people aren't doing that. But I live in Northern California. I actually have been to this place. Shelter Cove is one of the places that used to have property. Overlooks the ocean. It's beautiful. But when you come out there, there's like 4,000, well, no, 3,000 lots do not have water, sewer to them. The other 2,000 to 2,500 do have water, sewer, and electricity to them. Which lots do you think cost the most? Of course, water, sewer, and electric lots do. Because as long as you have water, sewer, and electric lots, it doesn't matter what the, well, kind of the slope of the lot, because it's on the side of a mountain. So the slopes of the lot is going to be a problem. So if you have no sewer and you have to put in a septic system, well, then slope of a lot matters. And also it's going to matter for building as well. But nonetheless, so in LA or Scottsdale or Florida, when they have a lot at Shelter Cove, even one with sewer and water will sell for $5,000 to $7,000 as long as it has ocean view. So what would I do? I drive up there, go actually put my foot on the lot, find out what the view is. So I know the sewer lot, if it has a view, we're talking like 20 G's, 15 to 20 G's. And the reason I say 15 to 20 G's is I'm not holding it for a long time. We go over to the one that has no sewer, and all of a sudden you see view. That lot's going to go for somewhere between $7,500 to $10,000. But again, we've been doing this. eBay comes out. What does that mean? That gives pressure timelines, 7 nights. So I go to land auction. I told this story before. Land auction, I go buy 2, 3. Usually they had about 5 lots. I'd get 2 or 3 lots from Shelter Cove because I know where they are. The other 2 lots are bogus. Or shall I say they're way too, the steep topography is way too steep, so you can't build anyhow. So there's different things. So yeah, I know the 3 best lots or the 4 best lots, and I've been on all of them. Let's say 3 this time I win. I win it today, would have been the auction because it's Saturday. Saturday night, I'd be home. And because I took pictures at the lots, I have actual pictures. So I can post it on eBay. 7-day auction. Start the auction off, $2,500. Some of you would say, how much did you buy them for, Eric? Here's how much I bought them for. $500 down. They did no credit check, no qualifying financing, automatic qualifications, $500 down. It's supposed to be $1,000. So, but anyhow, I got away with $500 down, bought 3 lots. So not only the first time I put $1,500 down, 3 lots. The lots cost anywhere from $2,000 to $3,500. 1 lot was in the septic. 2 lots were in the sewer section. The septic lot in 7 days went for around $6,000. The sewer lots, 7 days, 1 went for 10, 1 went for 12. 7 days, the 8th day, as you guys, well, maybe you don't know, but back in the day, eBay gave you like some sort of kudos if you paid within 24 to 48 hours. The people paid. The 8th day, I would have, what is that, 20? Yeah, 20-some thousand. 20-some thousand in payments on the 8th or 9th day. It's in my bank account. Used to take 2 or 3 days later. I call up landauction.com. Hey, they would say, Eric, we have not finished processing. It hasn't went to title. I said, that's fine. It's going to title. Chicago Title, I think, is who they used to use. They send it over to title. I'm like, actually, I'm going to pay this off right now. They're like, you just got it like last week. Right. I'm paying it off. And you can put it in these people's names. So they were already going to Chicago Title. I signed a contract that says basically their contracts allowed you to assign it to somebody else. So now they already were paying for Chicago title. So I added somebody else's names. So when they did the title, they sent it to the person. So I didn't have to pay for an additional closing cost or nothing. So that's why after the first time, so I'm going to show you the first video. The first auction that I went to at Sheridan, I think it's Sheridan by Universal. That was the first auction I went to. I bought like 2 or 3 properties, I think. And I come out and the person says, hey, do you mind talking to somebody over here? And basically it was just some lady with a mic standing, and they had the camera crew or whatever. And they said, do you mind talking with her about your purchases? I said, sure, why not? So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the video here. Check it out.
To order that free brochure, now is the time to do it. It's a free call and a free brochure. There's absolutely no obligation when you call. Do yourself a favor and order the free brochure and look it over. There are hundreds of properties to choose from. You may just be surprised at what you find. And like I said, it's free. So make that call. Start planning your future by owning real estate today. What did you think of the selection of properties that we had available for you?
Well, I thought that there was a vast selection of properties in different cities and different counties and different states. It was a spectacular, selection. And so for someone that does their homework, they can really get a lot of great buys.
There are a large variety of sizes and prices and locations. So I think that's fantastic. It just gives you a good opportunity to find the best parcel for you.
They have 100 or 150, 200 pieces of property, so there's something here for everybody. North Coast, South Coast, ocean, desert.
Well, actually, I've been on properties in California, in Utah, Nevada, Hawaii, and New Mexico.
What do you think of the variety of the property?
Absolutely. All over the United States. You guys have property in Hawaii, for God's sakes, for dirt cheap. I mean, you can't beat that.
$1,200 in Hawaii. 2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,009.
The land is selling like crazy in there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The young E in the house, making things happen. So this is what real estate's all about, and business. Real estate and business is just the other side of a coin. So when you do real estate, you do research, you understand location, you understand what you're trying to do. You make money by buying. You don't make money after. You make money when you buy when it comes to real estate. Unlike when you're buying into businesses and things like that, you have to kind of buy in on startups on potential because there's no revenues coming in. So all you can do is base it on what you think may happen. It's a lot different game and it's a lot harder. That's why 9 out of 10 businesses fail within like a 2-year, 3-year period. It's hard just 1 year because what you thought was going to happen generally won't happen. So that's why I went off the reservation with my restaurant equipment business located in a retail environment where I don't have customers that come clamoring for you. You have to actually do cost of acquisition. I was a complete and utter failure over the years. Actually, it was in business for 2 or 3 years, but still it wasn't going where I wanted it to go because I had to actually go get customers. This is the difference. When you put yourself in position of customers running to you, instead of you having to go pick them off somewhere and try to figure out where I got to advertise, what I got to spend money on advertising, money on reps, money on this and that and the other, that makes things very hard. So that's why if you try to get into like InstavidAI.com, people are going to be running towards that to use. So now you have to figure out how can you monetize that. And by monetizing that, you can actually be part of the company. And getting the monetization means you get a return, or you can help out and get a return that way by getting other people to sign up for it or get involved with it, whatever the case may be, you get a return. So this is the funniest thing of all. So in real estate, it makes it easy. It's pretty cut and dry. If you have somebody that's interested in an area, like right now, Orlando is going to be hot for New Year's or Christmas and New Year's. Hawaii is hot. You can charge almost an unlimited amount. Right now, I have a person that's looking for a Sundance Film Festival, and you got people charging for 2-bedroom downtown condo for $7,000 for a week. Yes, I just can't believe it. $7,000. $7,000. 2-bedroom at Marriott Summit Watch. All right, that's where the guy wanted to stay because a 2-bedroom can sleep up to 8 because it has 2 sofa sleepers. $7,000. Unbelievable. $1,000 a night. The canyons, like I was talking about earlier, people are getting $1,200 a night, $1,300 a night, $10,000, $11,000 for the week. I used to own at Westgate Park City as well. 2 bedrooms there, $10,000, $12,000. I don't own up there anymore, unfortunately. But it was always hard to get Sundance. Sundance is a weird week to get because they gave premium ownership, had floating weeks during winter time. I didn't have floating weeks, but there's always a trick, just like the Seamless Genius have. If you own it, well, okay, in a day, they changed it, of course, because of what I used to do. But what I did was I bought a summer week at Westgate Park City. It's a floating summer week. That's no love for wintertime. But for, get this, $1,000 upgrade cost, which means the maintenance fees were $1,200, so I got to pay $1,000 more. $2,200. I get a 2-bedroom because I had a 2-bedroom during summertime at Park City. That 2-bedroom could be used in wintertime. Sundance Film Festival comes. I didn't charge $1,000 per night or $1,200 per night, but I did charge like $600 per night. I mean, right? So. Sure, $7,000, no problem. Especially when they were charging $1,200, $1,400 for that same 2-bedroom specialty. They got many different units, but the 2-bedroom luxury, they have different. 2-bedroom luxury costs more, so they would charge $9,000. I'm charging $7,000. Cost me $2,200, $2,300. So I did that for 2 years, and then they changed the rules. They were like, sorry, we changed the rules. It costs $2,000 now, and we're charging another $500 or whatever for something else. So now they were trying to charge me like $4,000. I was like, okay, I see right now I gotta get rid of this crap. I don't like you guys changing the rules because, once again, they hold the homeowners association. They change the rules on you because they didn't like that I'm making money from their, well, it's not their stuff. It's supposedly timeshare owners. And so does it really matter who uses the week? No, it doesn't. But they get upset that I was able to profit off of my ownership. And I'm like, why do you guys care? It's my week, my use, my time. You have nothing to do with this, but they always interject it. So keep that in mind. So they tried to block, and they did. So they started implementing these blocking rules so that no owners who didn't own during prime season, then the likelihood of you spending an extra 3 G's to do it, you wouldn't do. And of course, that's basically what they were trying to do. Because I was able to get my Wyndham Park City. You can probably go look right now. A summer week at Wyndham Park City is probably free. I paid like $10 or something. That's what the funniest part is. I didn't have a mortgage. I didn't buy from them. They're all pissed off. I'm making like 5 G's, 4 G's every winter from the Sundance. And they're like, we got to block it. And a shout out to Westgate Park City. The guys that run the transportation for Sundance got to show some love. And by the way, all you guys that I'm giving a special message to the guys that's going out for Sundance in like a month. And you guys out there coming from the studios from LA, Atlanta, Louisiana, around the world, and you guys are staying at Sundance, at Westgate Park City. The guys that are doing the shuttles, because you guys get to use their free shuttles that takes you down to Park City and drops you off and picks you up. And you guys are superstars, and it's a travesty. You guys got to stop your nonsense. You guys are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. And you guys are treating the transportation guys like no big deal. They're actually coming to pick you up. You call. They don't have to do that. They're making special arrangements for all you guys. You're superstars. They're helping you out. And the least you can do is at least give them tips, at least bring in some gifts, show some love. All right? I'm sorry, guys. That was a PSA. I'm sorry. Now that I'm off the reservation, it's Friday night. It's a party. This is what makes me sick. I'm over there at the Sundance several occasions. Here I am watching my boys. They're working hard. They're over there getting people's luggage. They're carrying it down to the vans because they have vans. They have like 6-7 people vans, and they're bringing people's luggage, their equipment, loading it up, taking orders, trying to schedule people. When do you want to get picked up? What time you want to get taken down? People are calling. And there's like 4 or 5 or 6 of them. And then they're running all around doing all this stuff for all the Sundance people who are millionaires. And all these guys are just, treating them like, yeah, you're supposed to be my servant and all this crazy nonsense. And it's so disgusting. So I go down to the Sundance parties. And because, I know a few people and I get along with people, and the parties are like, Eric, you want to take some stuff with you? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, oh, we got an extra 5 bottles of champagne, and we got some whatever stuff. We got some goodie bags and things like that. Now, goodie bags are good back in the day. So I'm like thinking in my head, I'm just like, okay, man, I'm going to take some. So for me, I get treated special by the crew at Westgate Park City. I got to admit, I'm staying at Miners Club. I don't even stay at Westgate Park City because the layout of Westgate Park City is funky. You could have a room that you have to walk through the swimming pool with your luggage to get to your room because the way of the design of the building, it's like they put 2 buildings together or something. It's weird. But anyhow, I always stay at Miners Club. That's my spot. I like my 3-bedroom, 1,800 square foot unit, 2 fireplaces, separate entrance for the other bedroom in case somebody wants to come and hang out, 2 levels with a loft. That's my spot. That's where I hang out. Just so you guys know, if I'm ever at Sundance, I'm at Miners Club. All right, just put it that way. Even though I'm pissed off that Wyndham has management, there's still like 6 units in the building owned by Raintree. But anyhow, so I'm thinking I come up and I bring all this stuff. And when I get up to the place where the shuttle guys are, because they come and get me, this is how cool they are. I stay at Miners Club. All I do is call up at Miners Club. I call Westgate Park City, the transportation desk. I'm like, hey, man, this is Eric. They go, yeah. Can you guys take me down when your next shuttle comes? They're like, we got you. They bring the shuttle from Westgate Park City to come get me. And my guests, whoever's with me, they come get us and put us in the same shuttle, take us down. When I'm ready to go, they'll come bring us back. And they'll drop us at Miners Club before they go to Westgate Park City. So if they're doing that for me, you know damn well, when I come from the party, I got the champagnes, I got the goodie bags. You know I'm dropping them with you know who. I get up there, I drop all this stuff at their transportation thing, and these dudes freak out. They're just like, nobody's ever done this. I can't. And they're like, are you sure you want to leave all of this? I'm like, hey, man, it's just, the spoils of war. The guys down there treat me nice. You guys have treated me nice. They gave it to me. So I'm not going to take it to my room and hoard it. My friends get all kind of freebie stuff all the time. You guys are busting your ass. We ain't. And you've been taking care of me anyhow. So I drop them all this stuff. And these guys are like, I'm like, it was so wild because it seemed like that was like the best thing that ever happened. It was like Christmas or something to them. They were just like unbelievable. They were like, nobody's done this. All these guys doing this. I was like, for real? These guys have free stuff all the time. Seriously, they're not dropping you something? They're like, no. I was like, did they drop you tickets to any of the screenings or anything? They're like, no. I'm like, I couldn't even believe it. So I just grabbed some tickets because I had tickets and everything that people dropped to me. And I'm not even in the music business or the entertainment field. I'm not even in the movies for that matter. Come on. So I'm just ordinary citizen, but I know some people. So I got all kind of stuff. So I start giving them the awards at the end. I start giving them all this. And these guys are like, is this for real? They're like, we could never get in this stuff. I'm like, well, you can get in now. They're like, don't you need them? I said, man, if I need something, I'll get something. It ain't hard around here. I'm staying in the canyons. Come on. Everybody knows it costs like $1,000 a night to stay up here. Come on, man. They'll share with me. they think I'm a director or something. I don't know, but they'll give me stuff. So I'm not worried about this. I'll get this stuff tomorrow. So that's the thing. You have to treat people, at least if they're busting their ass, trying to make sure you're all comfortable and everything's nice. That's what you should do. PSA for everybody at Sundance. Stop being assholes. All right. Now, my boys at Santa Fe Studios, I always got love for you. My boys that are with Hertz Lighting, Hertz Cinema Division, got love for you guys all the time. All right, whatever you guys want, you know where to find me. All right, so that's a little bit too much information, but I just gotta let you guys know I got some little beefs every now and then to air about. It's disgusting that all these Richie Rich dudes act like little chumps. So, but SSN Nation, we always represent. That's why everybody always loves us when we show up. All right, just keep that in mind. So you guys are an extension of me. So when you guys go out there saying SSN Nation, just make sure you represent properly because you get nothing but love, no matter where you are. All right, just keep that in mind. Nobody's going to say anything ever bad, ever. All right, so I'll play this right here just to show you guys another thing that you guys don't even know about, but I'll tell you about it after I play this. Let me see. Is this the one? Or is that the one? Ah, this is the one. Okay, let's go.
I don't know. He's got a good shot. A lot of competition. The guy can play.
But we all showed up to dethrone him this year. But I brought him something, courtesy of Poker 101A. This is his jersey. And then we're going to auction one off.
Oh, sweet.
So he's got another one.
Great.
All right?
Very
We have
nice.
some heavyweights here.
It's all right. You can hold your own.
David Devilfish Juliet. You know, I'm here. Phil Ivey might even be here. I mean, we have heavyweights here tonight. So us little guys, we're going to have to do something serious.
Here he is, the man of the hour, Don Cheadle. Last year's tournament winner arriving to defend his title.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, RIP at the end, David Devilfish Uliet. Cool ass dude from Europe, from England. Don't let these guys fool you. These people have talent. The little poker player. I mean, dude could play the guitar, could sing, wasn't even in that genre, but when we were in Aruba, because that picture is taken in Aruba that time, he got on stage with the band at that party. He got on stage and I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the frick? You actually can do this? And he was just an all around nice guy. And too bad he died prematurely. He was only like 50, 52, 54, something like that. No drug overdose or anything like that. Just natural causes. Crazy. But he was a good guy. So see, you're always in position. You just never know what's going on. So you should always be person, especially when you're investing, especially when you're out here doing some things. You should always be nice to people. So once again, it always comes back. You have good karma. So yeah, that was the Don Cheadle. Yeah, he has a gear just like me. Just we auctioned off his jersey because it was a charity event there. So we auctioned off a jersey. He was he gladly, you know, he was happy. He signed it. He actually won the tournament the year before. Oh yeah, he won at the Playboy Mansion. That's right. He won the tournament before, the year before, and that's why he got the jersey that we created for him. And he told me, he said he still had it like last year. And then because I showed him mine, because I still have mine too. And he has hit, well, I'll put it this way. You saw I was wearing the Don Cheadle, and you saw I showed the Don Cheadle. So when I went on the red carpet, I had Don Cheadle's jersey on because I was telling people you got to go sign, because I needed some other guys to sign. So there were some other superstars in the house, and so they all went to go sign, and I was wearing his jersey. So then he had his jersey, and I took the jersey off that I had to go sign. And then I had to put my jersey on, of course, because mine says E Bird on mine. So, but anyhow, yeah, so don't fear. I still have the jersey. One of these days I'll break it out. That shows E Bird, not D Cheadle. So I'm just saying. But anyhow, this is going to end tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We can't keep going on and on, but thank you so much for being here. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. It would even be better if you became a member of the channel with an icon, just like Brian P., just like Marlon Jordan trying to make that real estate investment, just like Vanessa Comagate, the seamless genius. That'd be very nice, and I'd be honored if you would become a member of the channel. We talk about a lot of things. If you want to talk about any subject matter, you can always hit me up in the chat here, or you can always hit me up at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. I'll help you guys out. No worries, no fear. That's what we do here, because it's the No Guru Zone. It's the SSN Academy, SSN University, yes, but it's the No Guru Zone because we're not selling you no courses. The only thing we're going to be selling you is ways to buy assets. It's your job to study, your job to make sure that it's worth your while to invest in or put your money towards. That's up to you. So nobody's going to force you to do anything, and nobody's going to force you to be buying courses neither. That's not going to happen. Use your money to buy assets. That's it. You're going to buy liabilities. There's just no way around that, but use your money to buy assets. And that's my last word for the night, ladies and gentlemen. And I love you guys very much. I appreciate your support over all these years. That's right. We finally reached 15,000 subscribers with the shadow ban being on for like 4 years now. It's kind of awesome, right? I appreciate your support, everybody out here subscribing. And some people are like, who was that on, what's today? Who was that on Wednesday night? I think that was Marlon. I think it was Marlon Jordan that said what people have said over the years. I think he's the one that said on Wednesday night, he goes, you know what? Every time you start talking about these stocks and dividend investing and things like that, the channel all of a sudden starts acting wiggy. The live stream all of a sudden gets cut off. Look at this. We've been talking about fun and games for like, what, 3 hours now? I mean, what does it say? An hour and 37 minutes. It's been longer than that. But we've been on here for so long. An hour and it's more than an hour and 37 minutes. But nonetheless, no problem this whole time as we talk about Instavid AI. No problem about real estate and talking about the PSA stuff I'm talking about. No problem. But every time we start talking about the real money-making stuff, the stuff starts going out. And so today, no issues whatsoever. That's crazy. Crazy. So anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, you don't know what you're up against. That's why you need more eggs in the fire that's cooking, giving you a return. If YouTube, which I don't even make money on YouTube. Let's get real. All right. Thanks to the people that are members of the channel. That's the only reason I get a few $100. That's it. All right. Just so you guys know, that's it. It's not worth the 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours that I do every week just on live streams. It's not, if it was about money, it's not about money because it's only a few $100. That's it. All the videos I put out, all the information I give out, a couple $100. All right. Crazy on YouTube. Now, there's other factors as well. This thing goes out to more people. I have other little side deals in other locations that I make money on, but for YouTube, no views, hardly any money comes out from YouTube itself. So other than the members of the channel, you guys are supporting me. Some people who are buy some gear, because I forgot Joe Nay's here tonight. He said he got his gear. He ordered some gear. I appreciate that, Joe Nay. I appreciate that. Here it is. He put this up here today. Received my SSN gear. Got the notification. Watch the trailer and smash the like button. That's right. Thank you so much, Joe Nay. I appreciate that. So showing support like that helps out greatly. So I just want to let everybody know. So it's not like I sit here with 15,000 plus subscribers and I'm making like a lot of money, 2 G's, 5 G's, 10 G's a month from YouTube. That's not happening. All right. We have to do it the old fashioned way. Innovation. All right. We do actually what I'm talking about. So it's not like I'm telling you, go buy my course, go buy some book, because I don't really do this stuff no more. I do this stuff. I buy real estate in the DR. All right. I should have 3 projects. I should have my penthouse at Larimar. I should have the 2-bedroom at Larimar, and I should have the 2-bedroom penthouse at Primavera 2. All right. At least those 3. And there's going to be a 4th on tap if I have my way about it. And in fact, we'll see. But 3 on tap should be for sure. The 4th one, I don't know about yet. We'll see what happens. But should have those 3. And we'll see what goes down, because I got to buy back in now into Vistacana. Now I got to pay a little bit more. I would have had to pay $135 for the penthouse at Panorama Garden if I would have hung out there, but then I wouldn't have bought Larimar, probably. And so if I got to pay $170, that's not too bad of a premium price for something that's new and something that is not going to be with Panorama, which I love Panorama in there. But what I'm trying to say is, at least maybe it's Urbe Vista or Riviera Castagna, because they're by the second beach. Tempting would be Sabana, because I know what's coming if your unit faces the lot next door, because I know what's coming in the lot next door. I'll just put it this way. Tahiti, water, and use of their river with Sabana owners is already in place, just so you know. But their contract is effed up. That's the whole problem. If I can get concessions on that, because it's effed up. They can raise the price in their contract. It says they can raise the price. They can raise the prices in their contract. No cap, no nothing. I mean, like, what the frick? That's crazy. That's insanity. Who's going to sign? Well, apparently, I don't know who's going to sign that contract, but I'm not signing a contract that specifically states they can raise the prices with no cap of saying 10% or up to 5% or nothing. I'm just like, no, how about no price increase at all? Because they keep saying we're not going to raise the prices on any of our projects. We've never done that. I'm like, you never had delivery yet. So don't be telling me about in here you haven't had delivery. So don't tell me that. I don't believe you. So if that's the case, put in there no price increase. And since you won't put in no price increase, I have to think that you mean you're going to increase prices. So I'm not willing to take that risk. So that just means I'll wait till somebody can't buy their unit after delivery. How about that? If I'm going to buy in here. All right. So anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Are you ready for this venture in 2024? Are you ready to follow me along my venture? Because I am going to have to go to the DR if I have a company there. And oh, by the way, the company is going to be in Punta Cana Village. High prestige location, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Punta Cana Village is where SSN Lifestyle will be. How about an office? Well, you need to meet somewhere? I have an office where we can meet. That's right. It's nice to be loved. Let's go. You guys stop playing out here. Watch the liabilities this Christmas. I'm telling you, all that money that you could use, you could be dumping into some dividend investment, some real estate investment that can get you some money for the rest of your life. If you pick the right project, pick the right locations, you could get premium money. You could be like Victor Marrero out here who bought something for $300,000 and was able to parlay that into anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 per month profit. You heard me correctly, ladies and gentlemen. Over $100,000 a year for a $300,000 investment. You looking for a winner? Well, how do you get that winner? You find the locations that have high traffic, high tourism rates. And you pick yourself a unit that's 2 or 3 bedrooms. That helps as well instead of a 1 bedroom. Just saying. And with all that said, ladies and gentlemen, please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here. And that's why I am afraid for a lot of you. Because the economy, all-time record high in the Dow, all-time record high in the S&P, but the top 10%ers own 90% of those indexes. It does you no good for the most part for a lot of people. So if you're not in that, then what other alternative do you have? You're out here hustling for your job, hustling for your business. But what happens if your job or your business doesn't work out? You're still going to need some revenue coming in. So start your YouTube channel, start your social media channel, get involved with Instavid AI, even to the free version, at least be a beta tester so you understand what can be done or can't be done and what could possibly be used for to help you. Because that's going to come out very handy. And by the way, you will be able to beta test for a few months. I mean, not a few months, a few weeks. And if you can beta test for a few weeks, that means you might be able to use it for a few weeks to jumpstart whatever you're doing. So think about the opportunity here. Even if you don't want to be a part of the investment team, maybe you want to start thinking about your future because you'll have a game changer on your hand. And can you use it for 2 or 3 weeks and possibly turn it into a moneymaker for you? Think about it. You want assets. You need to get them now. And for the rest of your life, you aren't going to survive out here if you don't have them. Let's just get real now. All right. And it's about to get real for a lot of people in about the next 9 months. All right. So keep that in mind. And with all that said, make sure you stay safe out here. It's a holiday season. I always remind everybody, you never know what somebody's going through. A lot of people are under stress and duress during holiday season because they have been taught to buy. And by buying, that shows a little love. So people are out here. I know my kids want this. I know my husband. I know my wife wants something. I know I don't feel good if I don't provide. And it makes you're under stress. I don't make enough money. I don't have enough. All I have is $500. And $500 only gets me like 10 things or less. And I want to get something that's $1,500 and $1,000, and I'll stretch and I'll go down and get a firm, or I'll go down and get some layaways or leasing program where I'm going to pay for it in the long run over time and pay 20 or 15% or 10% interest on. You do all these things and not buying any assets that's going to give you a return, but they're all liabilities. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. It's not all broken up. Just take care of your loved ones and your friends and family and all that. But love is not always a monetary number. Just keep that in mind, okay? Love comes in many different ways, and monetary is generally not one of them. You can't buy your way through unless you want to be a sugar daddy. You can do that then, I guess. But all I'm saying is Money that's gone is bullets out of your chamber that you could have used for assets. Just keep that thought in mind over this Christmas season as you're stressed and you're prompted by the advertisements to go and buy things. Just think about what Vanessa Comagate said when she said 61 cents per share was given out this month. There's a monthly dividend. So if you would have been holding 1,000 shares, you would have had $610. Next month, from that same 1,000 shares, if they do 60 cents again, another $600 check. Can you imagine? You could take out the 600, yes, but can you imagine you were able to reinvest it and the stock is $11, which means you're getting another 50 shares, 55 shares roughly, or 54 shares? You would actually have made another 100 shares. You would have 1,100 shares in 2 months. And if it's the same $610, now you have another 100 shares. So that's another $60. So you'd be at $670 and growing. The next month, you just bought some more shares. And now you have another 50 shares. So now 1,150 times 6. So you guys are seeing the picture here. You're getting closer to $700. So all it takes is a matter of 5 or 6 months, and you could have an additional $800 a month coming in, and you can withdraw it. Yeah, you're going to have to pay 25% tax if you do that, because let's get a little learning lesson. If you withdraw it within a year, you pay 25% capital gains. If you waited a year, you pay 15%. But hey, do you really care about 25% on almost free money? Not really, right? Give up $140, $150 and they're shipping you checks for $700, $800. You're not going to care. You'll say, okay, here's the 150, here's the 175. Give me the 600. That's over $6,000 annually, extra per year for something that you invested in one time. Just think about it, all right? With all that said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stay safe and keep your head up. Keep moving, and I'm out.